Recipients will be presented with a certificate and a pin from North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. Mr. Mitchell?
All right.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Board,
sir.
it's my honor tonight to recognize these recipients. We have 4 from Franklin County. Tell you about this program. This awards program was created by the Office of the Governor in 1979. It recognizes North Carolina's most dedicated volunteers. Through the years, the award has been bestowed on thousands of North Carolinians who have shown concern and compassion for their neighbors by volunteering in their community. So we thank all volunteers tonight. I'm going to recognize each one of them and say a few words about each one of them. They are nominated by people in the county, by multiple nominators. So our first recipient tonight is Miss Cora Austin Hawkins. If you can, make your way up while I'm reading a few things that were shared about you. It says Miss Hawkins has volunteered at Care and Share at least 17 years. She started assisting at Care and Share while working during the summer months and while working full-time as a math and science teacher in the Franklin County school system. Since she has retired, she now assists only fitting to be recognized tonight, right? So since she has retired, she now assists at Care and Share several days a week. She collects canned food and toiletries from her church for distribution to Care and Share. She also donates fresh vegetables from her garden and home. She assists with keeping records of incoming donations, sporting donations, making food boxes. She also assists Care and Share with collecting and sorting coats for their annual coat drive for the needy. Ms. Hawkins is a lover of all people who takes on all tasks with a loving attitude and willing heart. She is truly deserving of this. Sure, come on.
I can do it from right here. I'm a personal verity work. I accept this not just for Cora Hawkins, but for all the volunteers at Care and Share who come and work to help out the people of Franklin County. But thank you for the honor.
All right, our next recipient is Robert Cooper, Bobby Cooper. If he could be making his way up, I'll read a few comments that nominators shared about him. Mr. Cooper was appointed to the seat of the TDA, which is Tourism Development Authority, in 2010. He has served as vice chair for approximately 8 years, now serving as chairman for about 2.5 years. As a commitment to community as well as his own property, Mr. Cooper has been involved with many efforts to defend the abandonment and demolition of historic structures and landscapes in Lewisburg and Franklin County. About 2 years ago, Mr. Cooper decided to lead the effort to form a nonprofit that has earned a 501c3 status. That's the Lewisburg Historic District Incorporated. Mr. Cooper has led the effort to bring the nationally recognized wreaths across America to the historic Oakwood Cemetery in Lewisburg. Additionally, Mr. Cooper met with officials in the towns of Franklinton and Youngsville regarding this group's effort to recognize veterans buried at local cemeteries. This helped bring wreaths across America to each of the respective towns who now are hosting. All right, our third recipient tonight is Miss Kentrina Shannon. Miss Shannon volunteers to help Royal Elementary in any of their functions as a member of the PTO Leadership Committee. She comes every Monday to read with one of our kindergarten students as a part of the Franklin County Schools CARES program and as a member of our school improvement team. Ms. Shannon provides an important parent perspective in our bi-weekly meetings. We are privileged to have such an energetic and enthusiastic advocate and partner, and we are immensely grateful for Ms. Shannon for her work. Some additional examples of Ms. Shannon's volunteer activities at Royal Elementary include volunteering in our Santa shop, school leadership team, parent-teacher organization, Field Day, Franklin County Schools District Parent Advisory Council, and Franklin County Schools CARES and Community Advancing Reading in Elementary Schools. It's my honor to recognize you tonight. All right, and last but not least, Mr. Wilbert Wilkins. Mr. Lively Wilkins, come on up. Wilbert Wilkins has taught exercise classes at the Lewisburg Senior Center for over 20 years. He not only gives his time for free, but engages the seniors in a light form of exercise for an hour twice a day, 3 times a week. Mr. Wilkins is our workout guru at the Lewisburg Senior Center. He teaches forms of exercise such as cardio, use with weights, use with stretch bands, and chair exercises. Mr. Wilkins' involvement with the students prevents isolation and fosters a purpose for his students wanting to return more days for exercise. I firmly believe Wilbert's exercise class improves older adults' psychological well-being, offering them more supportive friendships, with lowering their stress levels, depression, fostering a purpose, and many benefits to their mental health. Mr. Wilkins is 81 years old. They wrote that. I didn't. All right. Mr. Wilkins never complains about life.
No.
He is an inspiration to all. He always treats us all with the most respect and makes each of us feel special. He is the perfect example of an outstanding man and deserves recognition as the Volunteer of the Year.
And I want to say to all my members this day back here, my class members, I done want to thank each and every one of y'all for putting this together. Because I didn't know all this was going on before I got a call on the phone. So, hey, I enjoyed this. And I love it. I'm doing it from my heart. I'm doing it from my heart, and I tell you, I feels good. Blood pressure and everything's okay.
All right.
You go home, retire and go home and sit down. Hey, look, you're going to get sick. You ain't going to be well. But if you exercise that body, because that body used to moving. You sit it down, don't move it. After a while, you're going to get so you can't move. And that's what I'm going to move.
Congratulations to all the recipients this year. And just let the audience know you can nominate someone starting in December, and the nomination will go through the middle of January. All right? And you can find that on our website, the Cooperative Extension website, and access through the county. So thank you very much. I don't know if media want to take a photo or group picture right quick. You got it?
Get a pen.
Yes, sir. I did give you a pen. Did you drop it?
No, I didn't put nothing in my pocket.
I had it on top of the.
The amount failed there. That's okay.
And, well, if we can't find it, I'll make sure we get you a number.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, group of, you tell me. Okay.
Okay.
So recipients,
Yeah. Commissioner, you want to get in? Yeah, might as well. Get while the getting's good. That's right. All right, we're going to take a few-minute break for a picture ceremony out here.
If you want to do that.
Oh, wait, yeah.
That's right. All right.
We'll come join you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have another order of business here. Better late than never. I hate to say at our last meeting, I was remiss, I didn't properly recognize somebody, but I want to make up for it tonight, was our EMS people here in Franklin County. We did a proclamation last week in their honor, and I just want to give them a little bit more special recognition. I want to read from this right here. On May 6th, the Board of Commissioners unanimously proclaimed this week Emergency Medical Service Week. To quote the proclamation, emergency medical services is a vital public service. It also states the emergency medical service system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, emergency physicians, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency nurses, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. All of these teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills and provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's why it's most appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of the Emergency Medical Service Week and encourage the community to observe this special week with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. Thank you to each of our medical service teams and for the vital role you play in the health of Franklin County. Thank you very much for all you do. And I'd like to ask one more thing, is the emergency medical service people could meet us out in the hallway for a picture. Oh, please, one more time. Do it again.
We're getting all right.
Huh?
I know it's you, I just haven't seen it. Don't worry about it, I just.
All right.
Amend the agenda?
Who?
Want to amend the agenda?
What do you mean? We're taking things out?
Over there, that, agenda revisions and that piece.
Oh, okay. You mean the further ones, okay. Yeah, right here. All right. Before we start the rest of the meeting, I have two agenda revisions. Item 3A, remove it from the agenda. Item 7, closed session, remove it from the agenda also. What's the pleasure of the board? There's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Likewise, motion carries. Now we're moving in on item number 1, our consent agenda. Item A is May 6, 2024 minutes. Item B is May 7th, 2024 minutes. Item C is releases, adjustments, refunds, and tax collection report. Item D is a tower co-location agreement with Duke Energy progress. Now coming up to item E, item advisory board bylaws policy.
I make a motion to remove that from the consent agenda.
Okay, been a motion made and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? All opposed? Item E has been taken out of it. Okay, item F is the
Motion to remove that.
motion made and second. Okay. All in favor? All opposed? All right, that's been removed from the agenda. Okay. Item G, distribution request for public school building repair and renovation fund for the North Carolina Education Lottery. Item H is budget ordinance amendment number 15. Item I, Franklin County Judicial Complex Project Budget Amendment number 2. Item J, Pilot Lions Park Dog Park Project Budget Ordinance.
And I'd like to make a motion to remove that from the consent.
Okay, there's been a motion made. Is there a second? I'll second that, just to get it ongoing. Okay. All right. Okay, our next one is item, oh, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? No. Okay, motion dies for a lack of a quorum. Okay, moving on to item K, Economic Development MOU for Golden Leaf Shell Building Grant Phase 2 application. And item L, the NCDOT Utility Construction Agreement. All right, you've heard the rest of the agenda items on the consent agenda. What's the pleasure of the board? Been a motion made. All in favor? All opposed?
No.
All right, no. Motion carries. All right, our next item on the agenda is comments from the public.
I just wanted to touch base on consent agenda item 1F that the board renewed. Are you taking that off to, that's the 2024 Board of Equalization Review. Are you taking that entirely off of the agenda, or is that going to be open?
It's my understanding, the whole sentence, yes. And not just a part of it, no.
Okay.
Okay.
And that is the same case with all of those items, right? They're coming off the agenda.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, coming back, comments from the public. Our first sign up is Tammy Petrosillo. State your name and address for the board. Thank you.
Okay. Tammy Petrosillo, 90 Tanner Farms Drive, Youngsville. Anything else I need to state?
No, you're
Okay.
good.
All right, good evening, Commissioners and Ms. Denton. I am here this evening to appeal to you to meet the school's budget request. I have heard several reasons why this school budget should not be met, but I'm not going to address those issues with you because they have been addressed with you all multiple times. I am instead going to offer a solution, and that solution is Leandra. Leandro. Leandro is the name of the lawsuit that North Carolina has been embroiled in for 30 years. It is a comprehensive plan that identifies target investments in public education that our state must invest in to ensure all children have access to a sound basic education per our state constitution. Our state has been found guilty by multiple courts for failing to adequately fund North Carolina public schools. Our state Supreme Court has heard this case 5 times, and in 2022, they ruled for the state to release those funds. They have yet to be released. And you wonder why North Carolina is ranked 48th in the nation in school funding. For the last 15 years, our state has systematically worked to defund and dismantle public education. As a result, more financial responsibilities have fallen onto the local counties and school boards to make up for the state's negligence. That is not fair to our local school systems, and it's not fair to local county commissioners. One of the most egregious failures is their refusal to release the Leandro funds that rightfully and legally belong to North Carolina public schools. If they were to release those funds, Franklin County School System would benefit by $22.2 million. Instead of being in conflict with each other, I would like to see our commissioners and our schools and our county and our Board of Education to stand in solidarity to demand that our state meet their constitutional duty and fund public schools, alleviating some of the financial pressures that Franklin County feels. Until our state stops failing us, it falls onto you to make up their failures. So will you choose to invest in one of the cornerstones of a thriving community by funding our schools? Or will you choose to follow in the state's footsteps and work to starve and cripple our school system, hurting the children of Franklin County? You will be judged by your actions, and actions do speak louder than words. So what will your words and your actions be? Will your actions show you standing on the right side of history? And which side will you stand on? The side to fund our schools or the side to starve our schools? That choice is yours, and I hope you make the choice to fund our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Steve Trabilla. State your name and address for the clerk to the board.
Oh, y'all. Steve Trubilla, 1707 Sid Mitchell Road, Youngsville, North Carolina, 27596.
Thank you.
What I'd first like to say is thank you for that information.
Amen.
Yeah, really, thank you. I agree with most of it. The narrative of this meeting is about dollars. I would submit to you it should be about value and accountability. But before I go further, I want to qualify. I absolutely support teachers. Teachers, nurses, police officers, and veterans. Unequivocally, I stand with all of that. So anything I offer does not diminish how I feel about that. How uplifting it is to see so many people. My stars. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could get this kind of a response to stand against indoctrination and the sexualization of our children in schools? Wouldn't it be wonderful? My stars, it would be great. There are books, and people say we want to ban the books. We don't want to ban the books. Immorality should be banned. Jesus should be brought back in to the school. So there's a senior government official. You'll recognize his name when I share it with you. You know what he called books like George and Gender Queer and Long Boy? By the way, look in your libraries. Don't be surprised if you find these and many more. I was going to read from some of those books. Tonight, I was going to do that. But I knew there'd probably be children here, and it would have been inappropriate. But there's a senior state official called the books filth. God bless Lieutenant Governor Robinson. Okay, I try to subscribe to the 3 Bs of public speaking. Be smart, be brief, and be gone. And I've only got probably 4 minutes left, or 3. Okay, more about accountability and justifying accountability. There was a bunch of money, I don't have the number at hand, somebody here probably does, the COVID money. The COVID money, and the purpose of that COVID money, the funds could be used to provide professional development for teachers and staff, technology needs, expanding learning opportunities, mental health support, and tutoring services. Wonderful, wonderful things. But there was a timeline for this money, and it's going to expire in September. And that money was used, and somebody call me if I'm wrong, for incentives and pay for teachers. Again, I support teachers. They need to make a decent buck. But the people that did that, and I'm not going to point out anybody's names, but she knows who she is, okay, knew the money was going to expire. So now we've leveraged this body and the teachers and the parents. Now we've leveraged everybody against one another. You give me a pay raise, I want to keep it next year. Give me an incentive, I want it next year. So where's the accountability for the person that made that decision? I mean, if you got a compensation package in a range of $200,000 a year, which is at least 4 times most of what y'all make, you shouldn't be doing stuff like that and getting away with it. One man's opinion. Okay. Okay. Question, y'all. What a great, again, turnout from the schools. I have to ask, with the flyers that were sent out, and yes, they were, telling people to be here, telling employees to be here, maybe not ordering them, but when your boss says he wants to see you someplace, maybe you should show up if you want to keep your job, or you want to get that next pay raise. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everyone. There are dedicated people that are here. There are people here that want to be here, and bless you for being here. But that person is trying to hold on to their job. That person is trying to hold on to their job. If it's you, the boss says, I'd like to see you there, and you don't show up, what happens? So, the question is rhetorical question, rhetorical. Yeah. Rhetorical question. Is anybody getting paid or comp time for being here? And don't answer that.
Hey.
It was a rhetorical question. You didn't have to answer it.
Mr. Trabella, come on. Direct it towards us.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Okay. Well, that was, in terms of more money, Franklin County, 16 traditional school, time? We're good? 3 seconds. Okay. 55% of the students don't read at grade level compared to the state average. Why are we putting more money into that? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Dee Sams. You state your name and address for the clerk to the board, please.
D. Sam, 635 Lake Royale, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549.
Thank you.
The Franklin County School District, who unethically used unused COVID funds to augment teachers' salaries, thereby getting them accustomed to this artificially higher salary, is now demanding that taxpayers pay for this to continue. Teachers already make a very good salary. Oh yeah, you do. You make more, they make more than police officers who put their lives on the line for people they don't know, but are largely doing a terrible job of actually educating children. I have told people for years, you're taking up my time, zip it. I have told parents for years to get their kids out of public schools, and that it is child abuse. I was right. We all found out how bad it was during the COVID hysteria when schools were shut down and learning went online and parents saw what was being pushed onto their kids. This did not start in 2020. It began over 100 years ago when progressives deliberately took us away from the classic education we had since our
Hey,
founding as a
Miss
country.
Sam, hold up. Please, everybody, let's be respectful of everybody else here. We'll all have our differences, but we're all going to get along. So let's hear her out. We're going to hear from everybody.
Thank
Please,
you. Thank
be
you.
respectful.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
People like Horace Mann, John Dewey, and Howard Zinn changed our way of education to a progressive, anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-Western format. These people led the charge in the deliberate dumbing down of Americans. I have seen countless adults who had no idea when the American Civil War was fought, much less why. Same with every major American war Americans have fought and died in. These are not vapid, selfie-obsessed teenagers. These were adults. How is this possible? What happened? It happened because too many teachers and their unions have used the 16,000 hours kids spend in school from 1st to 12th grade pushing the fear-mongering insanity on man-made climate change, critical race theory, the idea that white people are all evil and oppressive and all other races will never amount to anything, which that right there is racist. When you're assuming that somebody of a different race can't get ahead, that's soft racism. That you can be any gender you want or even any species you want, and that it's great to destroy your body with drugs and surgery. It's horrific and it's evil. Children are pushed through the grades not being able to read, spell, do math, or understand real history. They are fed the lies of the 1619 Project, which tells kids America was founded and based on racism. Untrue at every point and intended to divide us. Classic Marxist, communist tactics. Too many teachers are there to create future activists, and many good teachers have left in disgust. You and your children need to read 2 great books by Cleon Skousen. The 5,000-Year Leap. This is real history. Throw out that 1619 Project garbage and read this. Read this. You also need to read his classic, The Naked Communist, which exposes communism. Also, read Pete Hegseth's book, Battle for the American Mind, and you'll understand.
All right, ladies,
How we
please,
got here.
just respect one another.
I would like to see no increase in teachers' pay in Franklin County ever for these government indoctrination centers as long as they push this awful miseducation on innocent children. If I had my way, I would dissolve all government re-education camps, end all teachers' unions, and abolish the Department of Education, which has caused student test scores to drop since its inception, nationwide. Parents, take charge of your child's education, or you will end up with an angry, confused, ignorant, sullen, depressed 18-year-old who has been trained to hate his family, neighbors, country, and Western civilization. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, our next speaker is Rose Holmes. You state your name and address for the clerk, please.
I'm short.
All
Rose Holmes, 1587 Beasley Road, Lewisburg. 9. I'm a lifelong resident and taxpayer of Franklin County. I attended Franklin County schools my entire childhood, while many of my friends left to attend private schools because of problems in our public schools. I graduated in 1976 from NC State University with a degree in medical technology and passed the state boards in August of 1976. I had to earn my own way, like everyone else. There was no excuse policy at my home. No excuse policy at my home. And we were told anyone can behave themselves at school. Franklin County schools have problems for over 50 years. It's time we admit there are serious problems in our schools. I'm interested in finding solutions. I believe the lack of effective discipline policies and accountability in the system are the biggest 2 problems. There's a culture problem. when students totally disrespect teachers and those in authority. I taught 1 year at the high school in one of the county's high schools as a lateral entry science teacher. My experiences in the school system were eye-opening. I was appalled at the disrespect and the behavior of the students. I had no idea how out of control students had been allowed to be. The in-school suspension, known as ISS, had a revolving door. The same students causing chaos on a daily basis. The reason I quit, and many others as well, was the lack of a workable discipline policy. The administration does not have an effective disciplinary policy in place to protect teachers and students. Parents and teachers are afraid to complain, fear of retaliation. For every moment a teacher has to deal with misbehaving student is a moment away from instruction. A child's education cannot be regained. Hear me clearly. This is not about race. It is about holding all students accountable as well as the school system. We all want the same outcome. We want safe schools, happy teachers, engaged students who respect each other for the good of society. I'm glad the county commissioners are asking some questions concerning spending. We want our tax dollars spent wisely. What I'm about to say may sound unpopular, but citizens need to speak up and say what is needed to be said. It's time we had a real conversation about our failing schools. We don't need a superintendent who glosses over failing scores and paints a pretty picture when we all know our children are not at grade level. We know the truth, and it is far from where the schools need to be. I'll share one of my experiences that helped me decide to leave the teaching. While teaching ninth graders at one of the high schools in Franklin County, I had a football player in my classroom acting strange. He was hiding something under his shirt. He didn't want to give me the object, but finally pulled out a foot-long knife that was under his shirt. He was taken to the office, but returned to my classroom in less than an hour. The school had a no-tolerance policy, so the student should have been expelled immediately. After school, I went to the assistant principal's office and said, I will not be back tomorrow if that student is in my room. I felt the administration let me down and the kids down that day. The assistant principal had believed the student when the student said he had picked the knife up on a curb and was going to turn it into the office. The student had walked right past the office with the knife under his shirt to come to my class. I shared this to show even when policies are on paper, they are not followed. It's a school culture problem. Each student was given a textbook in my class on the first day. After the first day, only about 5 of the students showed back up with their books. The rest had no idea where their books were and didn't care. They didn't even have paper or pencils for class. One more sentence.
Motion. I make a motion, we extend our session.
This is how...
Motion.
I'm sorry.
Motion made and second. All in favor? Aye. All likewise? All right. Motion carries. Continue on.
This is how high school students act, not accountable. This needs to stop. Yet we continue to hear more money is needed, but we have not heard what steps are being taken to improve the so-called education. More money is not solving problems. We need accountability for students and administration. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, our next speaker is Jennifer Watson. Jennifer Watson. gonna proceed on to the next one if she's, okay, here she comes. All right.
There she is.
Jennifer Watson, if you state your address and name for the clerk to the board, please.
39 Flat Rock Church Road, Wolfsburg. So my name is Jennifer Watson. I'm the mother of a special needs child enrolled in Franklin County Schools. Recently, we all became aware of the librarian positions that Franklin County Schools had cut. We were not informed, however, of more cuts with Franklin County Schools. Jaden is my daughter and has attended homebound services since 2018. She has a medical condition that requires her being homebound. She has an exception children's teacher that comes to our residence 2 days a week during early morning hours to teach her. She also has a homebound speech and occupational therapist. There are currently 16 kids in the county that are currently having homebound services completed during the week. I have been informed by our homebound teacher that at the end of the 2024 school year, she will no longer be employed with Franklin County Schools due to budget cut. It is said the EC teacher will conduct homebound services at the end of her school day between 4 and 5 p.m. Anyone with a special needs child will know that children are more alert and attentive earlier in the day. Jane has built a relationship with her teacher, attending sign language, counting, sensory input, transition, and so on in efforts to meet her goals. Jane's teacher has offered to stay on part-time to do homebound services with kids in the county. She was denied and advised the school didn't have money. When she asked what would happen to her kids, there was no reply. Currently, there are at least 3 EC teacher jobs posted for Franklin County Schools. In classrooms across the county, long-term subs, not EC certified, are teaching EC kids. How does the school system cut current EC certified teacher due to funding when more EC teachers are needed? Franklin County Schools has not informed me of the change in Jaden's teacher or schedule. Where's the money that has been available for years for homebound teachers? That's it.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Jenny Toby. Jenny Toby. All right, please. All right.
Hi, this is my daughter, Annabelle. She's here to speak to you. I did just want to say thank you, Ms. Petrosillo, for your comments. And I do so wish that some of the speakers who were here tonight would take a moment to come to Annie's school and see the wonderful things that are happening and the wonderful kids that are there.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Hi, everybody. I know this is different having a kid talk to you, but I would like if you would give me a shot. So we all pay taxes, right? You. I bet all of you do. If you pay taxes, you know all of these taxes go to something, somewhere, or someone. For example, jobs that help us, like teachers, police, and sometimes they go to playgrounds. And not all kids in Franklin County have playgrounds, and can you believe that? And it has come to my attention that taxes have been raising, and that one of the best things you can spend your taxes on is teachers. My teachers work really hard, and in fact, my mom had to come here for 2 years to talk about paying teachers, and I think it's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that it will give the same amount of teachers, and they still have to pay their groceries and their kids. A lot of their kids are my classmates. No one knows this, but when I was in preschool, my best preschool teacher you could ever ask for wanted to get her master's degree, and I stand by that. She is an amazing teacher. She's a champion to all kids, in my opinion, and I was really sad that she left my preschool. And this teacher, who I'm talking about, was hired at Franklin County School last year. She moved to my awesome school, in my opinion, and I didn't think that is a coincidence. My school is awesome. And if you When I went to kindergarten in a giant school in Wake County, I had 6 different kindergarten teachers. They kept on quitting and going to different places. Do we want our teachers to quit and go to Wake County or other school districts? I don't think so. I'm going to talk about my 4th grade teacher who I have now. He is an ELA teacher, and his wife works at my high school. I'm not sure if you guys heard, well, his name is Mr. Heller, but I'm not sure if you guys heard about the accident that happened to Mr. Heller's son. Got into a little car accident, and imagine how expensive those hospital bills were, so much, and thankfully Mr. Heller's kid is all right. My last and final teacher who I will be talking about today is Miss Nash. She is my gifted teacher, and she taught us how to debate on wear uniforms, should we have longer recess. She didn't teach me how to write this speech. I did it all by myself. No offense to the other teachers out there. I have not experienced with them, but I'm sure they are all great. But I'm just saying it from my experience. So we need teachers so we can actually pay these teachers what they are worth and show our respect. So if you're a teacher, please stand up so we can give you our great respect.
All right. Our next speaker is Sydney Reynolds. Just state your name and address for the clerk.
Sydney Reynolds, 434 Moore Perkerson Road, Spring Hope. Chairman Foy, Commissioners, Manager Denton, our neighbors. Thank you for allowing us to speak this evening, and thank you for the conscientious stewardship of our tax dollars. I admire and respect you for balancing multiple requests for more money, and yet ensuring our tax dollars are spent with appropriate, protective accountability and restraint. Thank you. As you know, Franklin County Schools has asked for a 2024-2025 budget of $33,152,424. During the Board of Commissioners work session, May 7th, Tommy Piper, representing the school board, and Superintendent Rhonda Schuler made it clear that Franklin County Schools are not a department of Franklin County government. They made it clear that they are unwilling to be accountable to Franklin County's commissioners. Indeed, teachers are on a state pay schedule. They receive state retirement benefits. Even school district report cards are issued by the state. Therefore, if Franklin County school leaders wish to convert $2.5 million of the temporary COVID-19 bonuses to an annual permanent salary increase, that's a conversation Franklin County Schools has with the state of North Carolina, not Franklin County. In addition to staying in our assigned lane, we have an obligation to all neighbors in this county. Meanwhile, neighboring county schools are asking for less. Nash County Schools has asked for $21.8 million. Granville County Schools has asked for less than $23. With debt servicing, the total Granville County Commissioners are considering is $26,622,351. I realize that our school administrators would prefer to be compared to Wake County only, Yet I would respectfully remind all concerned that Wake County is $2.4 billion in debt. I recommend the county base its supplement on the most recently published local per pupil expenditure, relying on North Carolina's statistical profile, the Table 24. The calculation should also include the final enrollment data posted on the Department of Public Instruction's statistical profile, Table A1, for the same time period. This will put school revenues in arrears, but it will be standardized, and moving forward in the future, everyone at the table can understand what the base allocation is going to be. If the school district wants additional support, I recommend that each request is handled as a project and the accountability becomes similar to how a grant is handled. The structure would allow the school to code and file project bids and costs accordingly and generate appropriate detailed reports. And of course, school district projects funded by the county should be audited by the county as simply a standard requirement of good governance. I suspect everyone in this room tonight wants to see students succeed, and we certainly want employees able to feed their families and meet their needs. To achieve that, we need collaborative goals. I suspect very few neighbors would like to see $4,000 supplements going to teachers and $10,000 going to a principal if our collaborative goal is to improve education in the classroom. I will remind us right now that more than half of our county students can't read or do math problems at grade level. What would it take for us to build long-term consensus? As a neighbor who truly cares, I recommend one example, a Franklin County Employers Survey. What can we do to better equip students? Would one idea be to create a vocational high school for students who wish to pursue the trades?
Ma'am, hold on a second.
Move to extend the time.
Second.
Been a motion made, second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Continue on, ma'am.
I recently was a guest at a high school in Texas with working cattle, sheep, and hog facilities, greenhouse operations, a welding and diesel mechanic shop. Perhaps we could even consider childcare, food service, turf maintenance, plumbing, electrical services. This may be the kind of project we all can get behind, and it will help that 50% of our student population who's struggling. If Franklin County school administrators want more money from Franklin County, let's establish some mutually attractive targets. Perhaps 75% of our students read and do math problems at grade level by 2030. Perhaps national teacher certification becomes a mandatory employment aspiration, and after a few years on the job, a requirement. Carteret County has 74 nationally certified teachers. I think we have 22. They have about the same number of students, and they seem to be performing better. The bottom line that I have is I highly recommend we find objectives that we can all agree equals a win for everybody concerned. Thank you for your time and patient attention.
Thank you. All right. Our next speaker is Rhonda Schuler.
Good evening, Rhonda Schuler, 60 Carlson Ridge Drive, Youngsville. Good evening, Chairman Foy. Is this working?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Is that working for y'all? Okay. Good evening, Chairman Foy, Ms. Denton, members of the Board of Commissioners, and those in attendance. Since I'm making comments before we hear from the county manager this evening, I remain hopeful that in a few minutes, we will be presented with a budget recommendation that the county fully fund our request for $5.2 million in current expenses and $2.6 million in capital outlay. We have been frugal and have made tough sacrifices to come to you with a budget request that reflects only what we must have to operate next year without eliminating people or negatively impacting the pay that our employees have received for the past 3 years and that they should continue to receive. I'm not going to provide you with any facts or figures because you have more than enough of those to make this decision. This is not just my opinion. The education finance consultant that you hired to dig through our request has also indicated that we have provided enough information. We have made the case for what we need. What I'm going to tell you tonight is what is at stake here. Our school community is special. If you haven't actually been in any of our schools lately, I would encourage you to do so. And I'm happy to visit with you. What you will find is that schools are not failing students, which is a narrative that has been promoted as a way to keep from funding schools. I'm tired of that false narrative, and so are the people in our school community who show up to do the work each day for our students. The state of North Carolina has a flawed accountability model in which it appears that half of the schools across the state are failing. Despite a failed model, our schools consistently perform in the top tier of our region, and 88% of our schools met or exceeded last year's growth expectations. An example, our Math 1 scores last year were higher than all other districts in our entire region, including Chapel Hill Carborough schools. We perform, and I think this is really important to understand, we perform on average as well or better than the charter schools in our county, while we serve every child, every single student who comes through our doors regardless of their needs. In terms of the tests themselves, I would also venture to guess that if most of the general public took a North Carolina 6th grade reading or math EOG, you would struggle with it. This is not a basic reading test or a 2 + 2 = 4 math test. If you would like to take me up on that offer, I'll pull an example of a released end of grade test and let you try it out for yourselves, and we can score it and see how you do. So let's today move past the false narrative that public schools are failing our children is false. And let's get back to reality, and let's talk about your potential visit to our schools. You will find students who are smiling, who are cooperating and collaborating, who are actively engaged in learning. Let's observe a phonics lesson in kindergarten and see firsthand how students are developing a strong literacy foundation. Let's sit down on the carpet with them in small groups and talk to them about what they're working on. I think you will find that the level of work is challenging and students are excited to tell you what they're learning. Let's walk around the building and see how students are moving from place to place. They aren't out of control. They aren't disrespectful. You will be greeted with friendly smiles and polite hellos. Join me for one of my lunch groups with middle or high schoolers, and you will find they're respectful, engaging, and excited about the next steps for their future. Many of our high schoolers would love to tell you about the CTE classes, those were mentioned tonight, or their career goals. Visit athletic events and see how students are excelling with extracurricular activities. Join us for one of the evening events like our art shows, our band concerts, and our plays. Do this and it will not take you long to realize that the narrative around our failing public schools is false. It will also become very apparent how hard our staff work, our staff members.
Make a motion to extend the time.
Motion made and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? No. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. It will also become apparent how hard our staff members work every day to make a positive difference for this community. We can't serve our students without the amazing staff members who show up each and every day to do the work. They could go to a neighboring county and make more money. The longevity bonus that we have prioritized in our budget request doesn't increase our employees' salaries. It just keeps them from losing the salaries they've been receiving for the past few years. We simply can't afford to have these folks walk out the door. And I want to be really clear on this. You have known, this is not news. You have known about the need to maintain this bonus because we have talked about this for the past 3 years. Seeing this turnout here tonight is bittersweet. It is inspiring that this many people come out in support of our schools and our students. They're doing it of their own accord. Many of the folks here have put in more than a full day's work already today serving children in our schools. They have much work to do to end the school year on a successful note, and this is the busiest time of the year for them. But it's heartbreaking that we have to be here. It's disappointing that in the fastest growing county in North Carolina with revenues on the rise that our school community feels they have to come out and fight for funds to serve our children well. If economic development is truly a priority in Franklin County, we must have a strong public school system in place to support those efforts. I'm hopeful that the county manager's budget recommendation will reflect this commitment. If it does not and schools aren't fully funded in her recommendation, I speak on behalf of our school community in urging each of our commissioners to revisit that recommendation and to work with county leadership to ensure full funding of our local budget request. Our students and our staff are depending on you to do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
All right, our next speaker is Linda Frederickson. Just state your name and address for the clerk, please.
My name is Linda Frederickson. I live at 65 Prestwood Drive, Youngsville, North Carolina. I attended the first fully integrated class at Franklinton Elementary in 1969-70 school year. People continue to call Franklinton Elementary a low-performing, failing school. The data that you have is not comparing apples to apples and what kids can do. I had the great pleasure of going back there to be principal, and in a few weeks I'll be going back representing early childhood education with Franklin Granville Vance Smart Start. The students there are some of the most manable, some of the most hardworking, and some of the best citizens in Franklin County, and they still continue to be. I have 6 children and 8 grandchildren. All 6 of my children graduated from Franklinton High School, as did I. I have 8 grandchildren. 4 of those are in the public school. 2 of those one will be going to the public school next year, so that'll be 5. 2 are currently in a charter and planning to move from the charter, and 1 is only 7 months old. So I just want to say that I currently am not employed with Franklin County Schools, but I am passionate about education. I'm passionate about my God, my Jesus, and I purposely changed from being a Democrat or Republican to an independent because of what you are doing to our children.
Preach, girl. Amen.
And Miss Holmes, if that happened to you, I'm so sorry. But I'm sure there's got to be more to the story. Because you said one thing I'm not sure, because I have no idea, didn't know anything about it till tonight, and we sit in Sunday school class together. If, one thing my guess is that maybe you said that you pulled it out of his shirt. Right there, you said right up here at this stand that you pulled it out and then they didn't do anything about it. My thing is you messed up due process right then. Don't you call somebody. I have never called somebody in my room that somebody didn't come when I was teaching. So I apologize, that shouldn't be happening. Discipline is an issue. I'm way off of what I wrote, but I'm gonna tell you, I just need to address some things. We had some people up here single-handedly tried to put down the superintendent of Franklin County Schools. She doesn't do what she does without the Board of Education and her school community. That is so wrong to do that. And as far as their governance, they are elected. And they're supposed to be nonpartisan, but I found out, whoo, nothing is nonpartisan around here. Nothing. Nothing. But that's another day. I want you to support full funding. Stop saying that she, because it wasn't she, made a decision that she shouldn't have. School districts across this state made that same decision. Child care centers made that decision. We have 275 child cares closing in North Carolina right now because if they paid the people what they should be paid to start with, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I personally believe, and anybody that ever worked here for me or worked with me in the school system when I worked. And by the way, I can read and I can write. All my children can read and they can write. Two of them didn't want to go to college. And they're making more money than the two little teachers that went to four-year college that are my children. They are all successful in their own right. And that's what I want. Children have gifts and talents. And that's what the teachers here work on. They don't care if you're the highest math or the highest science. You are an individual and you're a human. I agree. I do not like some of the things that the state is sending to be taught. But that's a state issue. Yes. Local does what comes to them. If you want the curriculum change, go to the state.
Hey, Ms. Frederickson, please address the board, please. Please.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you tell the other gentleman that, but it's okay, Mr. Foley. I need to go and get a trailer one day, so I'm sorry. I apologize. I really got a big fundraiser coming. So, you talk about data, failing schools. The data you're seeing...
All right, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do I hear a motion to extend our session?
So move.
I second that. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead.
Very disappointed, Roxanne, very disappointed. As a matter of fact, I spoke to Roxanne earlier this week because talking about messages, y'all talking about the flyers, sending out people to come. Have y'all read that wonderful email that's a contributor to Roxanne that says she didn't write? She told me she didn't write it, so I believe her. But somebody else, if she didn't, told people, you get here before those school people do, because they're going to bully the commissioners. I'm not bullying anybody. I'm begging, I'm pleading, I'm asking for you to do what's right. And I can't believe about this data. I've been talking to people. Let me go back. In addition to graduating from Franklin County Schools, I have a bachelor's and a master's from UNC Greensboro and a doctorate from NC State. And my children, I want to say that to say this. It doesn't matter to me. I got a son and a son-in-law landscapers. Best ones in the county. If you need any business, let me know. But the thing about it is you're not comparing data. People say, oh, this school scores more. Or, they score better. They're not even taking the same test. Some of these tests are given, but I will give you a real-world example instead of some crap data that people make up. I was the elementary director for Franklin County Schools. We had a homeschool mom come in. True story. Came in, wanted to put her child back in public schools. I said, I need some data, because she told me what grade her child was supposed to be in. I said, well, what test did you give the child? Where's the child's report card? Well, I'm her mama, And I was her teacher, and I'm telling you, this is what grade she needs to be in. And I said, I'm the director of elementary education, and I need some information to know that. She went home, printed a report card off the computer, wrote 100s all the way down, and came back and expected me to take that. So all I'm saying is there's a lot of stuff that's truth to what people have said. But please be careful. Compare apples to apples. You want good, productive citizens, and I have listened to these all these years. I don't even work. I retired from the school system, but I still support it because I have children. I have grandchildren. I've lived in this community all my life. But make sure that you're really checking that data. And again, I'm just disappointed because I thought after I had that conversation and found out that, and believed you that you didn't write that. Okay, that you can't extend time. But my thing is if you extend it for one, you should have extended it for all, so thank you for extending it for me. But support the budget fully. Support it fully, please.
All right, our next speaker is Tasha Hatton.
Good evening. My name is Commissioner Tasha Hatton from Franklinton. However, I am probably better known in and around Franklin County as Miss Hatton, the drama teacher, because that's what I've been doing in Franklinton since 2003, both at the elementary school and the middle school level. I am also the current Franklinton Middle School Teacher of the Year. Before I address anything else, y'all need somebody for your tech. Before I address anything else, I'd like to make a request, and I think this is going to go for everybody in the room at this point. While I am speaking, in fact, while anyone is speaking, no matter what the topic is or what side they are on, please be respectful enough to pay attention. I'm going to ask that you put your phones down, your tablets, your papers, your notes, your Facebook, your word searches, your crossword puzzles, and anything else that you think is so important that you need to check. And I'm going to ask you to pay attention. Don't swivel around in your chair and try to see what everybody else is up to. Look me in the eye. Your job right now is to hear what anyone who comes up to this podium has to say. Now, I have some corrections for some information that's been spread around to people all over the county, and I'm going to say this. The teachers, staff, and employees of Franklin County Schools are not here to bully the commissioners into anything. I absolutely resent being called a bully by someone in an elected official position. I'm a commissioner. I was elected. I wouldn't do that to the people that I work for. It was wrong. I am very disappointed, not only in the message and the messenger. I am here to do nothing more than to stand up for my students and my school system. To be clear, nobody here is asking for a continuation of COVID funding. As far as I know, there's no such thing as a COVID-19 bonus, and if there is, I would like for somebody to go back and retroactively put it in my checkbook. The funding that we are and have been requesting is to fully fund our schools. Fully fund our schools. Does this include a longevity bonus? Yes. Yes, it does. And you have known about this for more than 3 years. It's not a surprise to anyone who's been paying attention. So don't make it out to be a crazy ask. We've asked you to fully fund our schools for the last 3 years and have been about half funded each time. What do you expect from us? Do you want us to keep our schools fully staffed with highly qualified teachers? How do you expect to keep us? When I know for a fact that right now I can go down the road to Wake, Vance, Granville, or even Durham County and make more than I am making right now in Franklin County schools without that longevity bonus. We need good teachers.
And in order to keep those teachers that we do have, we need to be competitive. I have no plans to leave Franklin County Schools until I retire. That's not in my game. However, that decision may be made for me because I do have to make a comparable wage and make a living. I don't want to see our teachers jump ship for Wake County or other areas for any reason, but I know enough who have and enough who right now are considering it to know that without fully funding our request, we are at risk of losing some amazing educators here in Franklin County. And if you know anything about teacher shortages, you know we can't afford to lose anybody right now. So here's some hard truth. Education is expensive. I know this because I am a very highly educated young woman who has been in graduate school for the last 2 years, paying for it with what I have been able to afford and $70,000 of student loans. That's for me. That's one student. I have my master's in theater education, my administration licensure, and I am currently pursuing my doctorate in educational leadership. I know education is expensive, and I know the cost of everything has gone up, but I also know when it comes to fully funding Franklin County Schools, I know what I'm asking you to do. I also know that you're fully capable of doing that. When I moved here 20 years ago to teach for Franklin County Schools, I did it because I wanted to pass along a passion and a knowledge for my subject, drama, for those of you who might not have been paying attention, to students that need it.
Hold up.
Make a motion to extend.
Okay, motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Not surprised.
Motion carries.
I did it because I want to pass along the passion that I have for my subject to kids who need a place to belong like I did when I was in school. I came here with 2 years of teaching experience and 13 years in retail management, making 50% more of what I was making as a teacher in North Carolina. 20 years later, where am I? I have a paycheck that almost equals what I was making before I started teaching. Folks, I am not here for a paycheck. I am here for my students. I am here for Franklin County. What I don't have in riches, I make up for in people. People across this county who are here for me, students and families who respect me and who I respect and who respect what I do. What about you? You see, I'm not so sure that I have your respect, regardless of my job that I get paid for or my elected title. So what I'm asking you is to put your money where your mouth is. Our students deserve better. I can't speak with authority on the entire school system as far as what we need all that extra money for facilities for, but I'm going to speak about mine. I work at Franklinton Middle School. The building is 100 years old. It needs work. It needs repairs. The walls in the auditorium are falling apart due to leaks from the roof and the windows. Those leaks from the roof went all the way down to the basement, and it is a 3-story building, thank you. Our gym needs a new roof, but that's not all. We need a heating and air system that's up to date and can keep up with the weather. We use a boiler system that's so old that just to make repairs, we have to retrofit parts to do a patch job. What does that have to do with education? Well, have you ever tried to do your best work without heat in the winter or air conditioning in the summer? How'd that work? Because last week it was over 85 degrees in my classroom. The AC went out. Ask the parents who were there at the band concert Thursday night. We were warm. How about doing your best work when water's dripping down the wall and puddling at your feet? Maybe dripping on your desk? No? I have. We have. We have doors we can't use because they're broken and won't lock if we open them. They can't be repaired without a major overhaul. We have cement falling off the vestibule of the roof on the outside stairwells, and that's how our kids go from the second floor to the third floor. We had to close those down last year for safety precautions. Do you want our kids to be safe? Yes? Fully fund our schools. Don't act surprised that we keep asking. You have funded us for the last 3 years. Do you want better? So do we. You want to see improvement in our state testing scores? We do too. We work hard every day to give those students in our classrooms the very best education possible. So put our students in an environment that's conducive to learning. From what I understand, we had an $11 million overage in the county from allocations for services that were made that wasn't spent, that went back into the pot, if that's correct. That alone would have fully funded what we've asked for the last 2 years. You say our kids don't read and do math on grade level. Let me ask you this. Have you been out and about in our county? Yes. Have you ridden a bus to the kids' homes? Because what my kids face on the daily is homelessness. They come from traditional and broken families. I've had kids sleep in tents in the front yard because their house was so full there was nowhere for them to sleep. They take baths and showers with a hose in the backyard because they don't have water in their house. All they've got is a well. Folks, you can't learn in a situation like that. And all we can do at our school is give them a place that's safe and conducive to learning. What's more, those kids are in your jurisdiction. They are in Franklin County. So what are you doing to help them? Teachers work hard to educate young minds every day, and we do it without the respect that we deserve from you and from the people who say public schools are terrible and teachers aren't good. We do it with 100% of our classroom teachers being certified and licensed in the subject areas that they teach. And by the way, charter schools don't have that requirement. 50% plus one. Doesn't matter what subject they're certified in. So since we're so quick to point out Franklin County scores, let's drop some knowledge. Wake Prep is a C, Youngsville Academy is a C, and Cross Creek is a D.
Make a motion to extend.
Been a motion made, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you. So we've got C, C, and D for our charter schools. Double standard much? Franklin County Early College High School is an A. Lewisburg Magnet High School and Youngsville Elementary are both Bs. In my book, we're already doing better than the charters. And none of Franklin County schools are F schools, so I don't want to hear it. I just want to make sure you have the actual facts. And I'll say it until I'm blue in the face. People who haven't spent time in a classroom aside from when they were a student are ill-equipped to tell us what we are and aren't doing for our students. So finally, I want to tell you our goals are the same. We want to improve school performance. We want to understand how you are spending our tax dollars, if not on improving our schools. And we want to ensure that Franklin County students and graduates have the skills they need to be successful employees, business owners, civic participants, and we want to ensure that our county commissioners provide wise stewardship for our tax dollars. If that's what you're doing, how are we refusing to fully fund and support our schools? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Sean Marola. All right, thank you. It's hard for me to read your writing. Anyway, I'm trying.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Ms. Denton, I want to thank you for the time to speak to you. I prepared some remarks just to make the best use of my time. I'm going to read them to you. My name is Sean. I'm a resident, 75 Green Haven Boulevard, Youngsville. Apologies. My name is Sean. I'm a resident of Youngsville and the proud parent of 2 children who attend Franklin County Schools, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. And I'll apologize to you in advance because we're going to leave after this because they need to get home and go to bed. So, no disrespect. My daughter Morrissey is in 6th grade, plays percussion and band, and is really into art and reading. She looks forward to a career in digital design. Atticus here is finishing kindergarten. He is studying to be the Batman of North Carolina.
There you go.
I think we can all agree we need as many Batmen and Batwomen in North Carolina as we can get. Atticus says it's not so much about punching bad guys, which is fun, as it is about solving difficult puzzles and helping people. I've come to learn we all have our role to play in this. Although I'm in no hurry for my wife and me to get gunned down in Crime Alley, we do indulge him when he says, "Thanks for that grilled cheese, Alfred," or "Let's drive to school, Alfred." After all, if we are to have future Batmen and Batwomen, being Alfred is very important. We would want to have a lot of them. The good news is, in Franklin County Schools, Alfreds are everywhere. They're the staff who take care of facilities and systems and model how to be a good neighbor and citizen. They are the teachers, teaching assistants, and substitutes who are introducing our children to a life of the mind, encouraging curiosity, and showing how to collaborate with others. And they are the administration who procure and manage the resources to make it all possible. The public education system is the preeminent institution of any community. Its employees do the necessary things that we cannot do but need done. Among other things, they provide an environment where a child can safely work to be a Batman or develop the skill and creativity to design the world of tomorrow with all the wonder and possibility that entails. Funding public education represents an investment in our children, our democracy, and our future. Choking it out by underfunding it is the opposite of that. As I said, we all have our part to play. Board of Education has made a bipartisan request for funds, and it was no gold-plated request. If these Alfreds who give so much ask for what they need to do it, our role is to provide it, and the burden is on you and not them to account to parents and taxpayers like me why you will not. What we do not invest today, we will surely pay more for tomorrow in health care, prisons, and public assistance. As Frederick Douglass said, it is easier to build strong children than repair broken men. Thank you. So I ask you for the second consecutive year to live up to your title and responsibilities like Commissioner Gordon would, who helps the Batmans and Alfreds do what is needed, and to refrain from engaging in political fads towards civic pyromania of a fringe who want to, like the Joker, watch the world, or in this case, the schools, burn. Inevitably, when vouchers are yanked and charters are made to show the receipts on their innovations, we will rue the day we let grifters and charlatans dupe us into taking a wrecking ball to our own schools to hand them a quick cash grab from the public till. The stakes are high, and we can't afford to disinvest from this most grave commitment to our children and our American future. Please stand with the working families of Franklin County and make the wise decision. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Gloria Lamb.
Good evening. My name is Gloria Lamb. I live at 3956 Castelia. I'm the administrative assistant for the Franklin County Schools Maintenance Department. I stand before you as an employee of the district, but as a parent. This December, I will celebrate 10 years. During this time, I have seen many changes, some good and some not so good. But the one thing that has remained a consistent is the love, care, safety, and the best interest of our students. However, something has changed. There has been a shift in the mindset of the county commissioner's priorities. You no longer put the safety and the education of our students on the forefront. Not funding the school's budget is a prime example. Working in the Franklin County Schools Maintenance Department, I can speak from experience when I tell you the cost of maintaining our facilities has doubled and even tripled in some cases. Cutting our budget would mean the vital projects and repairs would not be an option. The daily maintenance of our facilities would be compromised. Our children and our staff would not be able to learn and teach in an environment that is safe. Currently, we have 15 schools, not including the central office and the West River Road Annex. There are 13 maintenance technicians expected to keep Franklin County schools up and running. That is less than 1 tech per facility. The Franklin County Schools Maintenance Department strives daily to ensure that the safety and the well-being of our coworkers and our children, yet it feels that you are saying they are not worth it. Cutting the budget means cutting down on repairs and the maintenance of the day-to-day operations needed to keep our schools running. As an employee, that is beyond frustrating. As a parent of a Franklin County school student, it infuriates me. We cannot afford to lose maintenance technicians. Sure, a body is replaceable, but the wealth of knowledge is not. Keeping the longevity bonus means that the knowledge of Franklin County schools is kept in Franklin County. We have several who are at retirement age, but the longevity funds are keeping them here. Again, I ask, are our kids not worth it? Are they not worth keeping the vital employees in our county? These men could easily go to the private sector and make double what they make with Franklin County schools. But they have a passion to see our kids thrive and want them in a safe environment. As a parent, I want to see my child thrive. I want to see your children thrive. I want to have the best education and opportunities for them. Our students deserve to have access to resources that will help them succeed. Defunding the current budget will not only be felt today, but will have lasting effects on our current generation and future generations. I leave you with this final thought. Ask yourself, can I sit here tonight in good faith knowing that the choice that I made to cut funding for the children of Franklin County schools was the right thing to do?
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Jay, I'm going to guess at the last name, Waverly, 1000 Foster Road. All right. You state your name and address for the clerk, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jimmy Waverly. I live at 1000 Foster Road, Lot 18, Henderson, North Carolina. I make that track every day down here to work on school buses. Mm-hmm. And I have to do it because I have operators every day that's up here before anybody's up. We the first in, last out. But anyway, I'm a mechanic with the Franklin County Schools Transportation Department, and I'm here on behalf and my co-workers about the longevity bonus. We love it. We need it. It's motivation. They give the opportunity, they want to come to work, they want to get that thing. They want to go buy some chicken, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, we hold a crucial position in Franklin County. The bus operators, they're there every morning. When the sheriff department ain't even there, but I'm there. The rest of my co-workers, Dr. Spivey, Teller, Aaron, Mike, who else is it? One more, William. And we do a good job. We need that money. Because, Mr. Ford, I love your hot dogs. I want to see you again. But we need that money, man. We really need it. We need more than just that money for the longevity. We need that money for, they need raises, because teachers don't make no money. I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't be one. But be a trendsetter. If y'all pass this thing, if y'all give us this money, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Them jokers gonna be happy, so happy, and I bet you'll be back next year. The transportation employees are such a vital part of the daily system. Our bus drivers are the first in and the last out. Every day. Every day. Some of our bus drivers don't get in sometimes close to 5:30. 5:30, we trying to get home. And we got to get our kids in and out. I love our kids. Okay, and this is a growing community. Trust me, I see subdivisions are popping up everywhere in the blink of an eye, and a growing county with more tax dollars, more children coming to the school system. I ask that because we have a different members of one body. We all different members of one body in Franklin County, that we work together. Tonight, I just hope that you will make the right decision and provide Franklin County with the funds they need so that we don't lose good people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Taylor Overton. Thank you. Name and address for the clerk.
Taylor Overton, 9445 Midway Road. That's Bailey, Nash County. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna follow up to Jimmy, but I'll do my best. Anyway, I'm a school bus mechanic also. A little over 7 years experience or 8 years experience now. I've been with Franklin County for 2 years. I commute 40 minutes every day to come to Franklin County. And I left Nash County for Franklin because I love the people. I love everybody that I work for, and it's a real good environment. But I do, however, have concerns. I hope to continue here for the remainder of my career. But my concerns are with this significant budget cut. This has led to position cuts, and we'll be canceling the continuation of our longevity bonus. Currently, the transportation department has 1 vacancy, and we'll have another retiring at the end of the month. Even more concerning is that within 3 to 4 years, all but 3 of our employees will be eligible for retirement, a few of which could retire today. This would leave only 2 mechanics to cover the entirety of 135 school buses and 17 county fleet vehicles. And I don't know if any of y'all are mechanics, but that includes fully servicing, inspecting, so it's oil changes, tires, brakes, and that's our job. And most importantly is to keep our children safe. Every one of our children ride these school buses. We have to keep them safe. And it's difficult if you were to only have 2 people. We've done it before in my previous county. We were so shorthanded, we struggled. So my question is, how can we attract new and younger employees or applicants? The answer is a good environment and money. I feel that we have a good working environment here in Franklin, much better than I've seen elsewhere. We just need the support of the county with the proper funding to stand out from others. We know all too well state salaries continue to fall further and further behind that of the private sector. Starting salary for a school bus mechanic is $30,000 to $35,000, and we're expected to purchase our own tools. I don't know if anyone's bought tools lately, but they're expensive. A set of wrenches, a couple $100 if you get a decent set. Let's see. Bear with me. I'm not used to this. I'm not real good at public speaking. So. The salary that I stated above is obviously statewide. It has not changed much over the past couple of years. And so it honestly comes down to what the county is willing to offer, willing and able to offer. But I know if I were 23 again, back when I started as a school bus mechanic, it would be difficult in today's time with the increases of cost of food and just the general cost of living. To be able to say that we have a county that offers a longevity bonus would speak volumes. To some, it may not seem like a lot, but to those of us who work for $30,000 to $40,000 a year, the bonus goes a long way. It certainly helped my wife and I to pay for our hospital bills for our now six-month-old baby boy, Riley. I would love to be able to tell new and younger applicants that our county officials support and work well with our school system and wish for better employee retention by properly funding us. I feel that the budget decrease is a move in the wrong direction, especially with the growth rate of Franklin County. Why can't we be trendsetters? Why do we lose people to Wake County? Why do we lose people to Johnston County? I'm here. I came from Nash County. Y'all managed to get me, so why can't we attract those from other counties? This longevity bonus, I mean, that's something that not a lot of counties offer, at least not to this magnitude. And I believe we could maybe take people from other counties, attract people out of high school that may want a career with us. We need younger people. I'm the youngest one in the shop. I'm 31. And, in 3 to 4 years, it'll just be me and one other guy. And I would love to hire a 21, 22, 23-year-old guy or woman, whomever, but someone that'll be here for 20-plus years. I've 23 years left, so I'd greatly appreciate it if y'all could pass this budget to help us keep our staffing issues in better shape. But that's pretty much it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Hefner.
Good evening. Heather Hefner, 5002 Country Day Drive, Zebulon. My name is Heather Hefner, and my family moved to Franklin County in 2016 to be closer to my parents, and we're grateful to call this our home. Growing up, I moved a lot. I went to 7 different schools in Pennsylvania, Kentucky, and Eastern North Carolina. That's not even including college, 2 colleges here in North Carolina. I've been in a lot of schools, and I know that now that I'm a mom with 2 daughters at Bunn Elementary, I can honestly say, sorry, public speaking is not my thing. I've been blown away by the education my daughters receive. Academically, they're thriving, and emotionally, they receive constant support and encouragement from the teachers and from the staff, sorry, I'm gonna cry now, who create a family environment, how school should be. And what they don't talk about on the news, by the way, that you don't find in a lot of schools these days. As a Christian who values serving others, I spend as much time as I can volunteering. I'm at the schools weekly for the Franklin Cares Reading Program, and I volunteer for the District Parent Advisory Council, the DPAC, Strategic Planning Committee, Parent Summit, PTA, and anything else I can help with when I have time. These opportunities have given me the chance to meet Franklin County School employees at different schools and central office, and they are always transparent and welcome parents' feedback. Every single person I've encountered every person, and I'm saying that honestly, every single person has humility, listens to input, and not just listens, but they take action when they hear my input. They work tirelessly for the children of Franklin County. Our schools need funding to retain these employees and keep the school facilities maintained and safe. Anyone who visits our county schools will observe what I have, and as others have been saying, if anyone hasn't been in our schools in a while, I encourage you to sign up to volunteer and observe what I have before making assumptions about our schools. We need a budget that keeps the amazing things happening in our public schools going. These children are the future of Franklin County. Good schools are essential to positive and thriving communities, and I think and I pray that's what we all want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go call for about a 5-minute recess. Strange. You're tough. You're tough. Lord, look at that. Some of that mess. You're tough. I got it. Yeah, still, for people to say mean things, yeah. You got a lot of nerve, intestinal fortitude, yeah.
Brett, I want to see how many.
I got 4 more.
4 more sheets.
Yeah, 4. Yeah,
Okay,
we're going along.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, you should tell that. You see how they treated the opposite. They showed their disrespect. But that's talk to them.
That's exactly what
But anyway.
to talk down to us and push us.
Yeah. I got it, when you vote, no. On it. Do that. Hey, how you doing? Good. How's that trailer doing? I hope you're going to say it fell all to pieces. Okay. Oh, good. Yeah. We'll get the number. Yeah. Yeah. Saturday would be a good day. Yeah. You just give me a call. You got my number. I just want to make sure my guy is there. Usually, the only 2 days he's off is Wednesday and Sunday. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, right.
Hey, Dr. Webb. Good. Thank you. Jessica's looking at Franklin County, so she's hard.
I got everything in my phone. Ma'am? No, I brought double rations up. Double coffee, everything. Yeah. Well, I've got about 4 more in there. I think we got through halfway. All right, everybody. Yeah, get ready to go. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Our next speaker. Hello. Order. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Jones. Elizabeth Jones. Elizabeth Jones, is she here? Okay, I'm sorry. Come on down.
She left.
Oh, she did? Okay, moving on to the next one. LaRanda Spivey. State your name and address for the clerk, please.
Good evening. My name is Dr. LaRanda Spivey. I reside at 365 Strickland Road in Lewisburg. I serve as the Director of Transportation, and contrary to popular belief, I am not a paid actress. I do stand before you as a proud graduate of Bunn High School. Graduating with honors, Franklin County Schools did not fail me. Franklin County Schools also, it did not fail my daughter, who's a graduate of Franklin County Early College High School. As a taxpayer, I wanted to stand before you tonight to advocate for a group that's often unheard, sometimes overlooked. While bus driver shortages have plagued districts across North Carolina, our district has kept approximately 100 buses in operation each year. Our bus drivers and our bus monitors, they have shown up. They have completed double routes at their schools and assisted feeder schools when needed. They work a thankless job, yet they rise before the sun to get students to school. They do not complain often. However, each year at our district meeting, the first question that I'm asked is, will we get a raise? Many are growing frustrated with bare minimum pay. Despite their frustration, their commitment has kept us from being news headlines. We have not had to tell parents to bring their students to school. Our neighboring counties cannot say the same thing. Losing the longevity bonus will have a significant impact on our bus drivers and our bus monitors. Recently, one of our bus drivers informed me that without overtime, they only made enough for survival needs. While overtime and longevity bonuses are not promised, a decrease in our funding is a financial setback that may come at a major cost to Franklin County schools. A few from my office have communicated that while they love where they work, receiving a longevity bonus helps them decide not to retire. With each retirement goes a wealth of knowledge. At the end of this month, we will celebrate one of our own who leaves large shoes to fill. As a couple of my team members stated before, we have not had an applicant since posting a job in February. Starting pay for school bus mechanics is significantly lower than the private sector and surrounding counties. Our current incentives are not enough to compete. As state benefits have dwindled, It has been wonderful for the county to offer incentives such as the longevity bonus. My team has a lot of responsibilities behind the scenes to ensure that students get to school and home safely each day. Expecting our schools to operate at their best while limiting funding hurts employees and students. Local funds assist us with opportunities such as field trips. State funding does not cover maintenance or fuel for activity buses and other local vehicles. Activity buses transport our students to field trips and athletic events. Staff at risk of being cut, they supervise these trips and drive for field trips. The loss of valuable people is inevitable without competitive wages and incentives. I hope that we never have to experience our employees resulting to sick outs because of pay. As one of the largest employers in Franklin County, I hope that this dedication continues to keep our people. Our district cannot afford to lose any more positions. Our students and families will suffer from any cuts that are currently on the table. It was stated that more money will not solve problems, but I fear you will see firsthand how untrue this is. Many of our teachers, bus drivers, child nutrition staff, and others have to work part-time jobs to support themselves and their families. How will we get students to school if there are no bus drivers, if they leave and go to another county? How will we feed our children if we do not have child nutrition staff available to prepare and serve the food? Where will our students learn if maintenance doesn't have the money to maintain and repair our school buildings? Tonight, I ask that you make the right choice and please fully fund Franklin County Schools. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Brandon Stewart.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Stewart. I live at 1914 Ronald Tharrington Road in Lewisburg. Before I start, I want to say I support our teachers and understand that while some money would help, I believe that the priorities and leadership is the cause of much issues, not funds. All of what I have is my personal thoughts and my personal experience as a father of three. Fellow citizens, esteemed members of the community, and dedicated parents, funds will not fix every issue. But my main focus isn't the budget, but to discuss the issues that I believe that is the problem. As a local business owner and father of three school-age children, I stand before you today to address a matter of great concern within our beloved county. For 3 years, I have called this place home, and like many of you, I believe in the integrity of our schools. I trusted that our educators and administrators were fulfilling their responsibilities without the need of us overseeing every detail. However, I come to realize that this trust may have been misplaced, and as a parent, I feel that I have let my children down. My daughter often tells me that kids are so bad the teachers cannot teach. She gets called racist and homophobic for having Christian values by other children. They are often stressed when they hear the letters EOG. Being a good test taker is not what they feel. Being a good test taker is what they feel they are being taught and nothing else. The common phrase I hear every day is no one will listen at school. Our schools in Franklin County are facing a crisis. They are not only failing our children by underutilizing resources, but are also asking for more funds without justifiable results. Last year, we rallied together for a noble cause, a fun run, to raise money for a playground. Our efforts were commendable, and together we raised $19,000. Yet only $10,000 was allocated to the playground. The remainder was absorbed by the PTA under the guise of COVID-related losses. As a former PTA member, I refuse to be part of false advertisement. Our children are burdened with carrying 21-pound backpacks. I weighed them. They do that on a daily. The schools have chosen not to use the available lockers that they have. And let's not overlook the transportation issues that have become all too common, causing our children to frequently start their day late. The pattern is clear. The more we pour into the budget, the lower our educational outcome seems to fall. It's evident that that simply throwing money at the problem is not the solution. What we need is better curriculum, a better positive attitude, reliable transportation, and better leadership. The time has come for us to demand change. We must insist that common sense reforms and appoint leaders who prioritize the well-being and education of our children above all else. Most of what I present today costs $0.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Jerry Gentle. State your name and your address, please, to the clerk.
Jerry Gentle, 129 Mayfield Place, Youngsville.
Thank you.
I've lived in Youngsville since 1991, so hence Franklin County. So I feel like I have somewhat of a steady record to speak to. One thing I want to make sure I mention to the teachers, to the county, to the school staff, I don't think anybody is critical of the work you do every day. It is not an easy job. It's easy for a non-school teacher to say, how hard can it be? But I get it. But the issue, I don't think, is about your performance, nor do I think it's about specifically the performance of the school board, but I do want to fault you, in my opinion. And Dr. Schuler, you've said it many times, the board is well aware. You haven't said it was a mistake, but I personally feel it was a mistake to use COVID funds for the retention bonus. The concept is good. Using temporary funds to fund a permanent solution, in my opinion, is bad business. And fairness, I do agree, you have alerted the board for a few years and said, hey, probably didn't phrase it that way, we're using some money to make a long-term commitment that we don't have committed. How that was reconciled with the county commission, a separate issue. I feel it should have been put in your core budget initially. That fund's moved away. Show a deficit in your budget, but show that it's for compensation. It is not a temporary funding situation, counting on the federal government, which has its own challenges, to come up with money for you. So, I'm sorry, board, and thank you, County Commission, as well, for the work you do. I will throw out, trying to look back a little bit, I wonder how many people in this room have read the Blueprint 2025, which is a very thorough document, 62 pages if I'm not mistaken, covering 2020 through 2025. I mention this, first of all, if you're sitting here asking for more money and you haven't read that document, I challenge you to do it because it's on the school board website. And that is the roadmap that theoretically everything being talked about today is tied back to.
Sir, yeah, just
Sorry.
address something.
I will mention, I hope that as we talk about how to reconcile some of these issues, that is probably a good reference document to go back to because it predated some of these conversations. So, and it theoretically postdates into the future. So that at least should be a document that somebody said, hey, it's been there for a while, to look and say, how is the performance going? I would hope the school board would agree with that same thought. Again, I mentioned retention bonuses funded, not that retention is a bad thing, funded from temporary funding is not a good thing. I do think it was interesting tonight that the young lady that spoke had made the youngest lady, I think, had made a reference to Wake County schools and teachers leaving. Well, the complaint we're hearing is if we don't do this, or if the county doesn't do this, the Franklin County teachers may leave. I don't know, I hope not, but it's interesting, a young person observed teachers leaving Wake County. It's a difficult thing, staffing right now. Everybody would like to make more money. The information I read on the board's website, and some comparative information and looking at the state of North Carolina's data as well, indicates that most teachers, correct me if, well, I'm sure the crowd will correct me if I'm wrong, but basically we're on par for the median salary for people with a 4-year degree in the state of North Carolina. So the idea is Everybody would like to make more money, fair enough. If I go to the county employees, if I go over to the county maintenance facilities, the wastewater, the sheriff's office, and I ask people, would you like to make more money? I don't think I'm going to get a lot of no's. I also think that if we go to the facilities people, whether school system, county, private businesses such as myself, and ask, is inflation hurting you? The answer will be yes. So the pain is shared by all. How we handle it is a different challenge. But is the idea of if it forces us to a tax increase, that's a pretty heavy burden for the county commission to have to decide. It may be the appropriate decision, but note that in this room is a variety of people, all tied to, mostly tied to the school system. I believe there's close to 80,000 people in Franklin County now, and if this communication is spread out.
Hold it.
Move to extend.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Continue on.
I think a widespread communication to all taxpayers in the county may get a much more mixed review. Again, everybody wants to do better, nobody wants higher taxes, but everybody also realizes maybe there is going to be a time for higher taxes. We're in the midst of the revaluation, lots going on in the county. Commissioners, you don't have an easy job. And I pray for your success at the decisions that you make. School system may have to look at making adjustments in extracurricular activities. And I say that because it's a difficult thing, but if you take the people in this room who are all dedicated to their job and talk about cutting their pay, they really don't want to hear it. If we say we may lose teachers, who wants to hear that? But we may have to say, you know what? We know, instead of losing teachers, we may have to give up something else. Again, these are not easy decisions, and I don't think the school board takes it lightly either. But I don't think it's good to wave the saber like we may have to lose jobs. I mentioned inflation affects us all. Selfishly, I'm going to say that I lost my job in 2020, the heart of COVID. Why is that a factor? Didn't take unemployment, didn't get any COVID relief. We started a business as a family with 3 children. We decided to take that path. So I'm sympathetic to people who tie success to COVID funds, but you know, that's just, it's part of life. Let's see, what else do we have here? I do want to mention one other thing. Somebody mentioned about the partisanness of some of this discussion. Long story, but my children, adult children's emails or text messages lit up multiple times yesterday with messages from a political party, I won't say which one, saying, hey, you need to be at this meeting. Hey, you need to vote this way. I'll let you guys think about where those came from. It wasn't from Miss Bragg. I know that. And I did text with the person a little bit, borrowing my child's communication device, and got a little impression saying, oh, who are you? And it led to a political party. The whole idea is it's supposed to be a nonpartisan situation. I will mention also another thing that concerns me really to the school board is on the website it mentions that free lunches and free breakfasts are available now due to a grant that was received. Great thing, always a good thing, but the problem is when that grant money goes away, you're going to have the same situation. Where's my free lunch? Where's my free breakfast? Not that it's just undeserved, it's just going to be unfunded if it's not a budget item. It is a different pot, but it's the same problem.
All right.
Well, I should correct. Not to debate, the idea is temporary funding used to fund something that might be considered a permanent solution. Tell the children who aren't getting free breakfast anymore that, oh, it was a grant versus that. If it's important, we need to budget it. In closing, I'm just going to say, I ask that we look back and think about what problem are we really trying to solve here. And I ask that the commission consider all options and make the best decision for the people of Franklin County, the taxpayers, the teachers, and the school system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Vicky Lynn Rodriguez. Correct me if I said that wrong.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vicky Lundy Rodriguez. My husband and I live at 35 Holstein Lane in Youngsville. While we have no children of our own, we have always faithfully paid our property taxes, the largest chunk of which has gone to support school districts in the various places that we have lived. I watched the May 7th Board of Commissioners meeting and would like to respectfully provide my thoughts. First, I would like to say that I come from a long line of educators, teachers, principals, school district administrators, superintendents. My father, all of them. In addition, he was a school board member in the district where we lived. Therefore, I have a great appreciation and respect for the professionals who work in education. In return, I expect the same respect to be shown by them to the taxpayers who provide the funds that support them and to the commissioners elected to administer those funds. I was greatly dismayed by the tone with which those representing the school district spoke to the commissioners, as well as by a number of comments that were directed towards the commissioners. For example, that the commissioners would not understand the school district's budgets. 2, that no more information would be provided unless the commissioners provided a face-to-face meeting. 3, that no more detail should be expected from them because other districts were not required to submit the same amount of detail. And 4, that no more detail should be requested because the commissioners should just trust them. I could not believe what I heard, that a grantee would talk that way to their funding source. But as a taxpayer, the bottom line for me was the pushback to be held accountable for the local funds they received. During my early years of my career, I coordinated 24-hour, 7-day-a-week, county-wide victim services programs that were supported by a number of grant funds. As a grantee, there were lengthy and detailed annual applications to each of the state agencies that administered the funds. Additionally, there were lengthy quarterly and annual reporting requirements. So much of the process seemed excessive and redundant, but it was about being accountable for the appropriate use of someone else's money. The last 15 years of my career, I worked in the state office that administered both state and federal funds to those 24/7 county-wide victim services programs in every county of our state. I was responsible for completing even more rigorous annual funding applications to our federal funders, as well as completing detailed interim and annual reports describing the use and success of those funds, right down to the very line items of each county-based agency's budget. It was an overwhelming, exhausting, and sometimes exasperating process, but it was about accountability to the funders and to their constituents. I cannot imagine telling the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, they were our main source of federal funds, which the very things that were said to the commissioners at that May 7th meeting. 1, that they would not understand our budgets. 2, that we would not comply with any more detail until they gave a face-to-face meeting. 3, that no more detail should be expected of us because other states did not have the same requirements. 4, that no more detail should be requested because they should just trust us. No doubt we probably would have had our funding pulled and reallocated to another state agency that would comply with those grant requirements. I can assure you that I did not generally enjoy that grant funding aspect of my work, especially when there were important victim services to be provided and various programmatic needs to be met. But when spending someone else's money, accountability was to be expected. When asked for further information, details, explanations, I didn't argue with them or complain, but rather I respectfully provided them information every which way they requested it, no matter how redundant or ridiculous it seemed. When funders announced the dates of their site visits, I cleared my calendars, both work and personal, to accommodate them. When funders required my participation at state and national meetings and trainings, I again gave up critical work and personal time to attend. It was about respectfully doing whatever was needed because victims in the state depended on those funds, as across the state, whose salaries were paid by those funds. It was someone else's money and the funder's prerogative to determine how to hold grantees accountable. I expect that same type of respectful cooperation from the Franklin County School District, as well as all the Franklin County offices that are granted local tax dollars. Therefore, I am asking the commissioners to continue pursuing whatever details necessary from the school district to ensure the appropriate expenditures of funds. I am looking to you to ensure compliance and accountability. I entrust you as stewards of my tax dollars to represent me and all taxpayers who have elected you to your positions of Franklin County Commissioner. I thank you for your time and your service, and my prayer for you is that God would guide you in this difficult process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Seligman. Thank you. Come on down. State your name and address for the clerk, please.
My name is Lisa Seligman. I live at 68 Ed Lane Way in Franklin County, Castalia.
Thank you.
I am the school nutrition supervisor for Franklin County Schools. I'm also the School Nutrition Employee of the Year for the state of North Carolina. Excuse me. So part of my job here with Franklin County Schools is to hire, train, and retain employees. When we interview prospective employees, tell them the minimum pay of $15 an hour, and explain to them that the position is for 10 months. They look at us and say, what am I supposed to do in the summer? This retention bonus is something they can save so they don't lose their house in the summer, so they can buy food, so they can pay their rent, so they don't have to worry, what am I gonna do in the summer when my kids are little and they're home and I can't do anything else? It also helps ease their mind to know that they're going to have that money. They can breathe a little bit. Our employees live paycheck to paycheck. They drive a bus, they make a little bit more, but they still live paycheck to paycheck. They're not getting rich working for the cafeteria. Excuse me. Without this supplement, they may have to find other employment. And many of our employees find other employment and they choose not to come back because they make more money with that summer job. So why would they come back? We have to do whatever we can to keep the employees that we have. We have attempted to interview no less than 50 prospective employees for Franklin County School Nutrition this year. We have successfully hired 10. Out of those 10, we have managed to retain 6. We are really struggling. We spend many hours training them, putting them through the process. They get their first paycheck and they're like, this is it? We tell them once you complete the bus training, you'll make some more money. Some of them have already left us. They said, I can't do it. I can't live like this. We have to be able to compete. We have to be able to give them incentive to stay. Our cafeterias are so short-staffed right now. Ms. Beers, thank you for helping serve lunch today. We are stretched as far as we can stretch. We need more people. We need ways to get more people. This is not a bonus for us. This is a means to an end. This is a way for them to make the money that they deserve to make, just to make a living. Our target audience is moms with kids who want to work while the kids are in school. Most of our employees have another job. They work in nursing homes, they work at Food Line, they work at Harris Teeter, they work somewhere else. If they don't have a spouse bringing that extra income in the house, they have to work another job. We're not asking for a bonus, we're asking for just a livelihood. Also, many of our cafeteria employees work in kitchens with no heat or AC. They have cracked floor tiles, leaking roofs, paint peeling from the walls and ceilings. They have Edward Best cafeteria. The floors are so unlevel in that cafeteria, it's a hazard for anybody to come in the kitchen. We're asking for help for our people so that we can work under normal circumstances, so that we can compete with people who do work 12 months a year. We do not work, we attempt to work as many as we can in the summer, but we need to be able to have good, solid people. We also need the retention tool for people like myself who could retire, who could walk away and go and work as a sheets manager and double my salary. I choose not to because I've been here for 25 years. I love Franklin County Schools. My children went here. My grandchildren go here. I want to stay here. That little bit of money that I get out of my check in February helps me pay a couple bills so when I do retire, I can retire. That's what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gloria James.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gloria James. I live at 502 Winston Avenue, Franklinton.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Gloria James, and I have proudly been with Franklin County Child Nutrition for 11 years. I'm now Assistant Training Manager in the Central Office. And even though I think I should not have to stand here and voice my opinion on how Franklin County schools need and deserve this money, here's one of my many concerns. For the staff of Franklin County Schools to get up every day and dedicate their time and energy giving our students the best that they deserve in schools, classrooms, cafeteria, bus rides, and everything else behind the scenes, to have our county commissioner even question the budget is just not acceptable. A majority of our staff that have to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet, and as a county, that should not be how our educators and school employees should have to live. We talk about our students on how they depend on 2 meals that they receive free. They receive when they are in school. Franklin County school staff should not have to worry about how they're going to feed their families as well. I have seen teachers who cannot even afford to purchase breakfast or lunch that is served in our cafeteria, and that is a shame. We should not even be here meeting today to voice our opinions and concerns of why we desperately deserve and need the funding. Please find it in your hearts and souls to correct the road we are going down before it's too late. God bless.
Thank you. All right, next speaker is Maria Stiers. Name and address for the clerk, please.
My name is Maria Williams Stiers. I live at 102 North Main Street in Franklinton, North Carolina. As way of introduction, I know many of you, went to school in public school with many of you, and work alongside of many of you. I am a teacher at Franklinton High School. I am a few weeks away from finishing my 26th year, and I teach students culinary arts skills. I love my job. I love my school, and I truly love those teenagers. Some days we have to remind ourselves of that, but I've heard it said that we're all teachers and we're all learners. And we need to pause and think, all of us, what are we teaching others by how we're speaking to each other, by how we're turning our ears on only to things we want to hear, by how we're bringing up nitpicky stories that are old and over? And how are we learners? Are we listening with an open mind? Are we open to hear things that are outside of our experience? I try every day to do that with my students because they come from places that I don't know. And once we know where they're coming from, I stand amazed at how well some of them do every day. I think we all agree that our community is sitting in a classroom, the future of our community. And it's not up to just me or a reading teacher or a math teacher. It's up to all of us to support whatever we can do to help our students and our citizens who work with these students to be contributing positive members of our community. I don't want to go anywhere else. I'm not going anywhere else. I see postings every day in other counties, and I have no thought that I would have to beg for a job. Sorry. Education is the key to our success, and we need to remind ourselves to be lifelong learners. What many who aren't in the schools today remember from school is what it was like when they were there. Are there problems? Absolutely. Are there problems in my classroom? Absolutely. Do I let that rule my day? No way. I've been given a job. I've been given a task. Are there students who cause problems? Sure thing. Is it probably something they brought with them or something they're not getting somewhere else? When you slow down and talk to them, you'll learn. And that takes a lot of humility. I had a student really talk ugly to me quite a while ago, and I said, let's see if we can get some help. And another adult said, how can you let that child talk to you that way? My experience has taught me that they brought something with them. I know I did my best by that child, but I just got to be the lucky one. And I don't say that lightly or sarcastically, that that child felt safe enough to act out near because I could help that child. We all, I hope, in this room are on the same team. And that's Team Franklin County, and that's Team Help Our Young People, and that's Team Education. I just have a few questions, and there probably won't be answered tonight, but I'd love to sit down with anybody and discuss these.
Move to extend.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Sometimes the best ways to teach are to pose questions and leave a little pause and hope that thoughts continue after the question is asked. If I understand correctly, there's some money was put aside that could have been used to balance some budget items for the county, but it wasn't needed. And that amount is sitting somewhere. What's the issue? My big question is why? Why? Why are we having this struggle? Why are we staying up past our bedtime to discuss this? If there's a great reason, we need to talk about it. We need to understand it. But if it's political hold, that's a problem. invite you to join me, to join us, anyone who's not in the classroom on the daily, to come and visit and volunteer. There's a little paperwork you have to do, but it's not bad. I will meet anybody in the office at Franklinton High School, and I would love for you to spend the day with me. But I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be where the newspaper comes to take your picture, and it's not going to be the day that you can put it as a post on social media. How do we know what we believe about our schools? I see so many posts on social media. A parent will say, I'm new to the county. Where should I send my child? Oh my goodness. My response is always, go visit the potential school. You know your child. See what's best. I don't know how we can understand, and we're all smart professional folks in here, to believe a story that's an isolated incident that's read about in a newspaper or on social media, or your cousin's friend's friend said it. Not the way to learn, you guys. Any of us. How do we know what we believe about our schools? Come join us. Come walk with us. Come stand in the commons area when kids are coming in and out. Sit in the cafeteria. Observe. And I look forward to following up with an email to talk with each of you individually, because I still have some questions about why we're having this struggle. And I would welcome your honest feedback. Thank you for spending time tonight to listen to us. I know it's not easy. I'm glad I'm not a part of the board. You're probably glad you're not a high school teacher. But we're all given gifts to serve where we are. And I'm going to keep using mine with teenagers. And I hope you'll come hang out with me some. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jenna Oliver. State your name and address.
Thank you. My name is Jenna Oliver. I live on 4645 NC 561 Highway. Anybody hear me all right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Before I begin, I would like to read a letter from a very particular person to all of you. This is by Joe DeSantis, a former managing editor for Franklin Times and a former Lewisburg Magnet High School English and journalism teacher, the very school I attend. The following words are a direct quote from his letter. Dear Commissioners and Board of Education members, greetings from Florida. I am writing this letter to offer vociferous support for retaining the librarian positions throughout Franklin County schools' elementary, middle, and high school campuses now subject to budget cuts. As a former newspaper editor, I sat through more county commission budget sessions and more Board of Education budget sessions than I care to remember. Those long nights provided me with a first-hand view of the hard work you do, the tough decisions that you make, and your stewardship of tax dollars and local resources on behalf of Franklin County residents and taxpayers. As a former English and journalism teacher at Lewisburg High School, I have likewise witnessed firsthand the profound benefits to our students provided by the expertise, diligence, professional dedication, and pure love our Franklin County school librarians possess for our students. Our school librarians are invaluable and irreplaceable in advancing literacy and reading proficiency among our young people. On a personal note, I worked hand in hand for 7 years with recently retired LHS librarian Becky Frisbee, and more recently with Lewisburg Magnet High School librarian Lewis Price, in promoting the joy of literacy and with the window to the world that books of all genres provide for our students. Our school librarians play a pivotal role in our students mastering and improving their skills in reading, not only for pleasure and personal interest, but also in understanding and comprehending the larger world around us. Even more specifically, for several academic years at Lewisburg High School, I was one of 3 English teachers involved in the development of the FYI program, First Year Impact. This is a literacy-based boot camp for high school freshmen focused on the intervention and remediation of reading skills. That program, with the assistance of expertise of our school librarians, helped to dramatically improve grade level reading proficiency that was woefully lacking the large percentage of our rising freshman classes. If a student cannot read at or near grade level, our entire Franklin County community feels the negative impact. Rising levels of student frustration, increased absenteeism, mounting discipline issues, and high dropout rates are all byproducts of limited literary skills. If students struggle to comprehend word problems in math textbooks and the context of time and connections in events in history books, or cannot grasp the characters, conflicts, and resolutions of literary works like Romeo and Juliet, or the Iliad and the Odyssey, they are bound to become second-class citizens in the world of words. School librarians are a paramount in ensuring those trends do not take root. Their contributions simply cannot be diminished with the short-sighted brushstroke of a line item budget issue. A school library without a talented, trained, dedicated, and skilled librarian is like a train without a conductor. The passengers never get on board, and the train never arrives at its destination. As an educator and journalist, I fully appreciate that budgets are tight, resources are scarce, and tax dollars are not limitless. With that in mind, I respectfully ask you to reconsider the draconian step of eliminating the librarian positions in Franklin County high schools, or in Franklin County schools. I hope you will exercise due diligence and reverse course against the long and irreversible unintended consequences these proposed budget cuts will result in. Respectfully, Joe DeSantis, former LHS educator, Melbourne, Florida. Like many of the passionate and impressive voices you've heard tonight, Mr. DeSantis' words are particularly powerful. You see?
Move to extend.
Been a motion made and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Thank
Motion carries. Continue on.
Thank you. You see, I am a student at Lewisburg Magnet High School. As cliche as it may sound, students like me are the future of our county. As such, being able to receive the necessary resources to help build our futures is imperative. Teachers and librarians work to themselves to the bone, making sure students like me get the chance to build our futures and become who we strive to become. As such, it is obvious that they deserve every penny that comes from the hard work they put in. You may have a child, maybe even a grandchild. It is a teacher that will help them learn about our world and grow into the person they are destined to become. Wouldn't you want that teacher to be well paid? In taking these budget cuts, you are not just taking a paycheck, but you are also taking the possibility of a student like me getting the resources we deserve. Now, I am just a student, trying my best to make sure that my future aligns with what I am intending for. The decision is not mine to make. It is yours. You are the very people that will determine whether or not students like me will get the resources that we deserve and that we need. You are the people that will decide whether or not we as students will be able to become who we are to become. It is your choice. And I, for the sake of teachers, librarians, and students alike, hope it's the right one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Brandy Perry.
Hello, I'm Brandy Perry, 1820 Laura Mill Road, Lewisburg, North Carolina, 27549.
Thank you.
I attended Franklin County Schools from Lewisburg Elementary, Gold Sand Middle, and proudly a member of the graduating class of 92 from Lewisburg High. I've now been with Franklin County Child Nutrition for 8 years. In this past year, I've been a child nutrition assistant training manager and have been in all of our schools periodically this past year and have had my eyes open even more to our struggles every day in our schools. Franklin County is growing every day with new housing, businesses, and people coming from all over to live in our amazing county that I am proud to call home. That being said, in order for us to keep up with the growth in our community, it needs to start within our schools. We should be embarrassed that our Franklin County citizens are being forced out of positions, paid minimum salaries, and forced to leave our great county to go work for other counties because they can't afford to take care of their families that reside here in Franklin. For the staff of Franklin County Schools to struggle to live from day to day is not only unacceptable, but quite frankly, an embarrassment for our community. They say that the children are our future. Well, if we don't have updated facilities, principals, assistant principals, teachers, IA, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, custodians, and everyone else that dedicate their time and effort, then how can we provide our future county commissioners, mayors, judges, teachers, and leaders of our great county with the proper education if we cut corners and not provide them with a safe, updated, and fully staffed facilities for them to get the education that they not only need to survive in this world, but deserve. I come to you today to ask you that you just not think about the here and now, but to think of the repercussions that your decisions could have on the future of our kids and their families here in Franklin County. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Crystal Davis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Crystal Cofield Davis, and I reside at 1897 West River Road.
Thank you.
I'm a proud product of the school district. I'm the daughter of retired educators from this district. I'm a parent of an elementary school student in this district, and the proud principal of Terrell Lane Middle School right here in this district. This is my first time doing this. I've served in Franklin County Schools for 24 years. I've had the opportunity to teach some of your children, watch them matriculate through this fine county and turn out to be amazing individuals. So I stand before you to emphasize the crucial importance of approving the budget proposal for our school district. Our schools are the backbone of this community. We nurture our future leaders, professionals, and young citizens. We do not indoctrinate. We meet children where they are, and we grow them. We will not define all of our students by the issues, the trauma, and the cries for help from a few. Again, we will meet them where they are, give them the support that we need. We will not throw them away. We say, come one, come all in the public school setting. We meet them where they are, and then we do our best to grow them. It's not about how they come to us, it's about the impact that we have on them once they get in our presence. This proposed budget is not merely a financial plan. It's a commitment to sustaining the quality of education that our children deserve. If this budget is not fully funded, we face the many dire consequences like eliminating the longevity bonuses that you've heard about all night and losing valuable positions within the district, just to name a few. As a mid-sized county located next to the largest school district in North Carolina, we do contend with challenges. Our proximity to such a large district means that we have to strive even harder to attract and retain talented educators and provide competitive resources for our students. Longevity bonuses are more than just financial incentives. They are a testament to the appreciation for the dedicated educators who have devoted years and decades, like I have, to the appreciation and shaping young minds. Having to cut these bonuses risks demoralizing the staff and could impact the stability and the continuity that experienced teachers bring to the schools. Furthermore, potential job losses threaten the very fabric of our educational environment. Each position cut translates to maybe larger class sizes, reduced individual attention to students, and diminished support services. Our students rely on a comprehensive support system, including all of the support staff who play a very critical role in the development and the success of our children. Our mission goes beyond educating children. We are in the business of increasing the human capital in our area. It may seem small to some, but our contributions impact the state, which ultimately impacts our nation. My desire as a principal is to produce kind, strong, resilient young people that can compete. And I need every person on my team to make that happen. Each role is vital, and I need my people to feel seen, heard, and valued. By investing in our schools, you are directly contributing to the growth and prosperity of our communities. Fully funding our schools' budget ensures that we retain experienced educators, maintain those manageable class sizes, and provide resources necessary for every student to thrive. I urge you to consider the long-term benefits of well-funded education systems and the far-reaching impact that it has on the prosperity and the well-being of our community. I will leave you with this parting thought. In my studies, I read somewhere that budgets are a reflection of values and priorities. I'll say it again. Budgets are a reflection of values and priorities. I pray that you make a decision that shows Franklin County Schools that we are valued and that we are a priority. Thank you, and thank you for your support.
All right, our next speaker is Thomas Piper.
Good evening, Chairman Foy, County Manager Ms. Denton, and the rest of the commissioners. I think I'm last on the list. Well, you got some more? How many more you got?
Almost.
Almost. Okay. Well, I'll try to be brief, and you know I tend to not do that at times. So Roxanne, you get to vote no at least one more time. But I just want to make a few points. Number one, is this microphone working? Number one, I want to talk about accountability, and our superintendent mentioned it, and I'm telling you, the false narrative about failing public schools and only 50% can read or write and do math. I'm going to tell you right up front, it's a fraud, it's fake news, and it is a witch hunt. And some of you have heard those words before, and I'm going to tell you why. Because there is an effort across this state to diminish traditional public schools. And it's been going on for a while. And the funding's been cut, and then it's pushed down to us, and we bring it over here to you. But I'm telling you, and I'm going to explain to you why. It's based on a ABCD grading system, F, of 80% performance and 20% growth. And you can look all across the country, and some of you experts behind me, you can go Google it, and you'll find it. There are multiple states, and every state, according to the federal ESSER, Every Student Succeeds Act, has to have an accountability system. But all of them are not the same. Even in the great state of Florida, Whereas using the words of one politician, Ron DeSantimonious, and his ABC grading system, they got away from the 80-20. Because I'm telling you, the system is designed to make traditional public schools look bad. And I'm gonna give you, I'm gonna give you another example of kids. Some people want to say, my school, that my sister, she laid it on the line so passionately. Franklinton Elementary School is listed sometimes as a C school, is low performing. They miss being from a D school to a C school by less than a hundredth of a point, 0.45. Now, this 80% performance is based on one test given one day at the end of the year. You think about it, one test given at the end of the year. And let me tell you something else that's so sad about it. We have some kids to retest and retake the test, and they pass it. They by taking it the second time, they bump over the hump. But do you think the great state of North Carolina allows that score to be counted for that school? No. Now, let's talk about growth for a second. They're tested in grades 3 through 8, reading and math, grade 5 in science, and grade 8 in science. Well, here's the problem, people, with this system. Kids come to school at kindergarten, and not everybody's equal at kindergarten. Some children, through nothing of their own, do not have the support systems that, like my grandson has. I make sure, and my family makes sure, that my grandson, from the time he was 1 year old, he read to. He's now 6, and he's still read to. But a lot of kids don't have that support system. So when they enter kindergarten, they have to catch up. And they don't catch up, people, by the time they're in 3rd grade. It takes them a long time. And I can tell you, I can pull data. People won't show data. I can pull a report and show a school where in the 3rd grade, 38 percentile of them may have been on grade level, say in math. Well, then if you follow the same kids to the 4th grade at that school that's labeled a failing school and low performing, by the time they get to the 4th grade, they may be up to 48%, go from 38 to 48. And then by the time they're in 5th grade, they might get up to 55. So in a 3-year period, they went from 38 to 55, I believe that's 17 points. Then you can take another school that's everybody did well and got like a C grade or a B grade and everybody's happy, but then you look at the same school kids and follow them through and they don't move. They just stay flat. They stay where they're at. And in a 3-year period of time, they might grow 10, 12 points. My point is, go to Franklinton Elementary, go to Lewisburg Elementary, like Dr. Schuler said, and I'm going to tell you what you're going to find out. You're going to walk in, and you're going to see a principal and a receptionist, and you won't see but 2 in the office. I do a little work in Wake County Public Schools. They got 3 people in every elementary school office. But in Franklin County, we only have 2. And those ladies are busy answering phone, trying to find medications for kids right and left, and dealing with everything else. But we only got 2. We don't have a whole lot of extra people. It takes a lot of people with school children. And then you go into the classrooms. Dr. Schuler sort of took you on what I call an oral virtual tour. I can give you a little bit on that virtual tour too. We have a lot of special needs kids, and we had a special need parent in here tonight to talk about that. There's 17, I believe, different types of special needs for kids. Everything from severe and profound handicap and to hearing impaired, to visually impaired, and the list goes on. But I'm going to tell you, you can walk into a classroom and you'll find a classroom of kids right there, some of them on IVs, where teachers and teacher assistants are changing the IVs. Some of them on feeding tubes. But yet some people want to say, that school is failing. That school is not failing. But then let's leave the class with the special needs. And let's go down to the kindergarten and the 1st grade hall. And what you'll find is you'll find a classroom teacher with 17 to 20 kids. And a lot of them in this grading system, I'm going to tell you the big thing about it. To make it real simple is the more affluent the higher your socioeconomic status, the higher your grade. It's not rocket science. They come better prepared. And the more kids you have with lower income and special needs, the lower your grade. But we move those kids. They improve, and then education is in the public schools is a 13-year process. It starts out at kindergarten and it goes all the way to graduation. And if you want to see, if anybody in this room wants to judge us on what we're doing in these schools, come to graduation. Come to Bunn High School's graduation. Come to Lewisburg High School's graduation. Come to Franklinton High School's graduation, because then you will see the final product. You will see what your taxpayers' dollars did for the 13 years, because 550 or 600 kids are going to graduate, and a chunk of them are going to go to NC State. We have some go to Duke. We got some going to Alabama. Some go to Stanford. The bottom line is your money that's invested in public education in Franklin County schools, if the kids and the families take advantage of it, they can do anything they want to do, anything. But enough on the accountability system, but I'll close by saying again, it's fraudulent, it's unfair, and it's fake, and it is a witch hunt to diminish traditional public education. Now, somebody said about going back 100 years ago. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I hope, am I over?
Move to extend.
All right, been a motion made second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Bingo, Roxanne, good job. But now, thank you, Chairman Ford. I hope we don't go back to 100 years ago, because old John Dewey wasn't a bad guy, and Horace Mann wasn't either. All they tried to do was to make sure that kids from lower families and all were educated, because I hope we don't go back to a time where a little African-American kid that wants to get into a school, we have to call the National Guard out. I hope we don't have to go back to the times where a civil rights activist such as Medgar Evans was just trying to get opportunities for his daughter, and somebody drives by and guns him down. I hope we don't go back to a time where in 1968, we lost John Kennedy in 63. We turned right around and lost Martin Luther King. And all he was trying to do, he was down there trying to help sanitation workers improve their lives. And we all know what a mess we would have if it weren't for sanitation workers. But that man lost his life by going down there and standing up for sanitation workers. And then, of course, we all know what happened to Bobby Kennedy. So I hope the hatred and the meanness that's coming from some political folks doesn't take us back to that kind of place. And I had a great-grandmother we called her Grandmammy Ferguson. And I used to spend a lot of time in her little, she lived in basically a camper in my grandfather's yard. But I spent a lot of time at her feet. And we would talk about the old times. And you know what? She was born, I think, in 1892. And she worked in the cotton mills at age 12. Has anybody ever heard of anything called child labor? Because I'm telling you, at the turn of the century, well, not this century, the previous century, it was everywhere. Kids working in cotton mills here and there. And we don't want to go back to that time. And then some people, I love my heritage. I studied Civil War as much as a lot of people. But I'm going to tell you something. You got to put yourself in another man's shoes. Some folks studied the Civil War history and they look and say, oh, my great-great-grandfather was a colonel in Regiment 55 and so-and-so. But then again, think about my teammate that played running back beside me at Franklinton High School. A young African-American kid. He was my teammate. And he has to look back, and then he finds out his great-great-great-grandfather was born into slavery. How do you think he feels? But you know, everybody wants to celebrate and do this kind of thing. But my point is, I don't want to go back to those times. And what my grandmother Ferguson told me was, we were talking about the old times. And some people said they want to go back to them. And she looked at me, and this was in 1970, and she was about 84. She said, Tommy, I don't want to go back. She said, because we didn't have no electricity. She said, we didn't have no telephones. She said, we had an outhouse. She said, I don't want to go back 100 years ago. And I don't think we do. We can do better by our kids. And accountability, I want to address that. We didn't mean to imply to you that we didn't want to give you any more information. We probably said it because we were frustrated, and we've given you more than enough. And at the time, we didn't know that y'all had a consultant working behind the scenes that was gleaning all this stuff and generating these questions, but that's beside the point. That don't make you bad, that don't make us good or evil. We're all in this boat together. But accountability, we are accountable as much as any agency out there. We are audited. I challenge anybody, go pull our audit report. We are audited every year. The auditors come, I know, at least twice a year. They sit in Queenie's office. They pull local budget stuff, one right after the other. They look for, did they do a purchase requisition? Is a quote attached? Or if it's North Carolina state contract where they bought a chair like you may be sitting in, is it 420-B, subgroup C, high point chair? And then you do a requisition and you do a purchase order, and they find the purchase order that's attached, and then the invoice comes in, and somebody like me or Dr. Webb says, okay to pay, and then it used to be in the old days, the people in finance put it all together in hard copies, and I would hear Diane Revel and Velvet sometimes. You ever heard a stapler go ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk? They staple all day long, putting that stuff together, and we put it in a box. Here come the auditors, and they go through it. So I just want to let everybody in this room know we are accountable for every dollar you give us. And traditional public schools, which is what we are, we still, despite being diminished and pushed down and accused of, like I said, I'm glad Crystal said indoctrination. The only indoctrination we do to kids is try to teach them to be good and learn. We don't try to indoctrinate them. We ain't got time to do all that. We only have them 6 hours a day, about 30 hours a week, and that time is spent trying to get these test scores up. But the future of economic development lies with these kids we got. We got to 85% of them, and that's not going to change for a long, long time, despite what's happening. And I'll close by saying this. How many, anybody, y'all have heard Charles Dickens? Old Charles Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol. And you know, the reason he wrote A Christmas Carol was because of the poor conditions for children in London. At that time, in about 1854, they had about 300,000 kids running around the street, and they were incorrigible. Didn't nobody want them in school? They didn't even want them in Sunday school. They were tough. But these kids had nothing. They had no home. And old Charles Dickens was looking around, and he was saying, what in the world is wrong with the businessmen here? He said, we got to do something for these children. And he wrote that story in his satire because we know there was a guy named Ebenezer Scrooge. And you know, old Ebenezer, on Christmas Eve, he didn't even want to let his clerk, Bob Cratchit, go home. I'm not giving you something good now. I'm giving you Christmas in June. He wouldn't let, he didn't want to get Bob Cratchit off. So old Bob Cratchit finally went home, and then Ebenezer goes home, and who visits him? But his business partner's ghost, Jacob Marley. And Jacob was just as greedy as Ebenezer. And what happened? Old Jacob came in and answered Ebenezer. He said, I got these chains on me. And I got these gold boxes and all hanging all over me. He said, you don't want that, Ebenezer, because I got to carry them and lug them around the rest of my life. They're tormenting me. He said, but I'm going to send you 3 spirits. He said, I'm going to send you 3 spirits, Ebenezer, to help you. Save your soul, Ebenezer. And he sends him the ghost of Christmas past. And that ghost takes him into when he was a child. And when he's a child, he's looking around and he sees that other people, and he was happy. And then after that, he sees the ghost of Christmas present. And then in Christmas present, he meets Tiny Tim. And then old Tiny Tim is about to die. Yes.
I'll go extend his motion.
Move to extend.
Second? I'll second it. All in favor? All opposed?
But now look. But now look. Look. Tiny Tim is sitting over there. Tiny Tim needs some help, and old Scrooge looks around. He said, but they're having a good time. He said, the family's having a good time. And they're celebrating because there's love, there's compassion, there's kindness. That's my moral here. Love, compassion, and kindness. But then they take him to the Christmas future. And you know, in the Christmas future, Ebenezer looks down, he sees a funeral. He says, Spirit, whose funeral? He says, yours. And old Scrooge looks down there. He said, well, why is it poorly attended? He says, because you don't have any kindness and compassion. He said, so the only people at your funeral are bankers and big-time businessmen. And Scrooge says, and then the Spirit says, and the only reason they're here is because they get a free lunch. They told them they could have a free lunch, so they showed up. So then Scrooge says, can you show me any compassion at anybody's funeral? And they show him Tiny Tim's. And he looks in there, and then Scrooge sees how Tiny Tim needs help. And then he also sees his Tiny Tim needs a little help. You got that? With a Tiny Tim, we need a little help. But then old Scrooge, he sees it, and he leaves a changed man. His soul is he redeemed his soul, and he went out the next day, and he contributed and became a better person. And I just say that, you know, we want you to do the right thing, and I know it's hard. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy, but we and my colleagues, we advocating for children. That's all we're doing. And although I take issue with some of the comments from the other side, that doesn't mean that they're bad people and we dislike them. We just disagree. So if you don't mind, help us out. Help us out the best you can, because it's for the kids.
We say thank you for that early Christmas. Anyway, all right, our next speaker is Carla Rasich. I'm going to get that right one of these days. Bear with me.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Carla Rossage. I live at 1490 Old Halifax Road in Zebulon. You know me by now. You know I'm your faithful animal advocate. And while I do believe that my concerns and my platforms, my issues are very important, I do believe it's clear that this night belongs to the schools and the students. So I'm going to cede the floor to them and any other further speakers on that topic. I just want to say, as the president of Pulse for Life, if there are any administrators or teachers in the audience who would like to consider partnering with myself, other rescues, and other animal advocates on how we can promote animal advocacy and responsible pet ownership in the schools with and through the school youth, I would love to connect and have a conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Wendy Dennison.
I think I'm last on that paper. I ain't gonna tell y'all nothing y'all ain't already heard before. Oh, I gotta tell you my address, 114 Montgomery Road in Franklinton. So, work in the cafeteria. Look, It's not the easiest thing to do. $15 an hour, it's a lot of responsibility. When you tell a grown-up that, it's just like, whatever. Then on top of that, you gotta get a CDL. Again, $15 an hour is just not worth all the responsibility that our job carries. And if we don't do it right, children can get sick. Love them, don't want them to get sick. Please offer these folks a little bit more money so that they will stay, because I, at my school, am like, stretch this thin, and I just need a little bit of help. That's it.
All right, that concludes our public comment section. Moving right along. Number 3, action items. We'll go on down to item B, the fiscal year 25 budget message and budget presentation. The board will receive the county manager's budget message and presentation and will be asked to call for a public hearing on June 3rd, 2024 in order to receive public comment on the budget proposal. And our county manager will be here in just a few seconds. That's right. So, all right, they're passing out the budgets now. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right.
Small print there. Yeah, where do you get it there? Look, see it? Huh? Yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. Whenever you are.
All right. Better start with some water. Good evening, Commissioners. As the Budget Officer, and in accordance with North Carolina General Statute 159 and the Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act, I am honored to submit for your consideration the balanced fiscal year 25 recommended budget for Franklin County, North Carolina. The recommendations contained in this document take into account the growth pressures in Franklin County and the available resources needed to meet the needs of our residents. I appreciate the board's commitment to our county's mission, vision, values, and goals, and I look forward to working with the board to ensure continued progress here in Franklin County. And of course, each one of you have a copy of my budget message there in front of you, and I'm going to be talking through this, and there's a slideshow to accompany it.
Next point is Franklin County's mission, vision, values, and goals. And of course, the Franklin County Board of Commissioners met on January 25th of this year for a budget forum and adopted an updated mission, vision, values, and goals document for Franklin County. The mission for Franklin County continues to be to provide and support exemplary public service and expand economic opportunities. And so there were items updated as a result of the progress that's been made in a number of areas here in Franklin County. I want to talk for a minute about the economic environment. Franklin County's economy overall is stable. Rising cost for goods and services, decreased labor pool availability, and increased costs for labor have created challenges for county operations as well as challenges for a number of businesses, particularly small businesses in our county. Per national reports, credit card debt continues to rise. The U.S. average inflation rate for 2023 was 4.1%. The current 12-month average U.S. inflation rate as of April 2024 is 3.4%. In Franklin County, increased business and industrial interest and development remains strong and is diversifying our county tax base. In March 2024, the county's unemployment rate was 3.7%, unchanged from the March 2023 unemployment rate. Our population has continued to grow, and the latest census update distributed in March 2024 estimates our population at 77,001. In the county population tables published by the North Carolina Office of State Budget and Management, Franklin County's projected population for 2045 is 125,131. Lots of people are headed this way. Franklin County remains the fastest growing county statistically in the Triangle area with an annual growth rate by the North Carolina OSBM statistics at 4.1%. Franklin County, by that same data, ranks third in growth percentage compared to other counties across North Carolina. Residential building growth in Franklin County has remained strong. 2023 calendar year-end housing permits totaled 843 versus 2022 year-end of 945. That's a 12% decrease, but yet well above the 10-year historical permitting trends. Non-residential permits for new construction and additions indicate more non-residential development in our county. In 2023, 37 permits added approximately 571,000 square feet of space, compared to 2022, when 38 permits added 183,000 square feet of space. But year to date in 2024, 9 permits have added over 839,000 square feet of space for non-residential development. The fiscal year 25 recommended budget focuses on maintaining essential and statutorily defined county services, including adding positions that were specifically identified as providing direct services, funding technology solutions, providing vehicles to accomplish service delivery, maintaining competitive employee compensation and benefits, and providing resources and funds to complete the infrastructure and economic expansion projects necessary for successful growth preparation. There's a number of capital projects underway, and our attention will be focused on completing those projects in a fiscally responsible manner. Any new capital projects will be reviewed carefully. Appropriate timelines will be adjusted based on grant funding and available funds, and ultimately affected by economic conditions, labor availability, and the materials pricing and delivery that have been a challenge over the last few years. Franklin County government has a strong financial position through good stewardship and diligence. And as the budget officer for Franklin County, I am committed to maintaining our government's financial strength through the recommendation of appropriate spending to support county operations. I'm going to go through a few highlights for fiscal year 24, some things that were accomplished. The projects that are listed here are projects that were completed at the end of calendar year 23. Of course, a new PSAP building, Emergency Communications PSAP building, was completed in September of 2023. There's a ribbon cutting held. That's a hardened facility set up to, as I have said before, 2x4 will bounce off the side of it because we want emergency communications to keep going when we are in a state of emergency. A wastewater treatment plant renovation happened, completed that in 2023, an $11.5 million renovation of that plant. And then Triangle North Executive Airport had an airfield pavement rehabilitation project that completed in November of 2023. Significant projects that affect the economy in Franklin County. On the next page are next slide are some projects that are ongoing. Some are nearing completion. Automated water meter reading. That's a project that affects, of course, all of our public utilities customers who are water customers. And we are nearing the completion of that project. August of 2024 is when that project will complete. Youngsville Solid Waste Convenience Site, very much needed. The anticipated completion date of that is December of 2024. That is the currently smallest footprint, largest amount of tonnage, so very much needed upgrade in the Youngsville area. US 1 North Commerce Center. Just want to comment that this is a private industrial development over on Long Mill Road, but again, 5 buildings are being, well, 2 of them have been constructed, 3 are being spec'd out now, total of 5 buildings that will provide 1.3 million square feet of industrial development space for Franklin County. Jobs coming to Franklin County. Triangle North Franklin Business Park, again, a business park that is county-owned out on US 401. Right now, we are in the process of a road, water, and sewer infrastructure project in Section B. A $2.8 million largely grant-funded project that will construct a essentially a half-mile asphalt road through the center section of the park so that those lots will be available for development. Next highlights Franklinton to Novo Nessus, and I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm getting used to that new name for Novozymes, but a Rails to Trails project that goes from inside the Franklinton town limits out to Novo. It's a $3.7 million grant-funded project. Right now, it's at the 30% completion stage, and bid documents are going to be distributed in December of 2024. Epson Park, Alfred Benish and Company is working on that project. Bid documents should go out in June of 24. The county was awarded a PARTIF grant for that, and back in November of 2022, it takes a little while to get all of these things designed and ready to move forward, but the park will have a multi-purpose playing field, a walking trail, and a playground to the community, add all those amenities to the community in northern Franklin County. A warehouse at 424 T Kemp Road. I just want to be clear, the county was able, after 2 years of working through a diligent process, able to purchase the warehouse at 424 T Kemp Road. Renovations have slightly started. We have to keep moving along at an appropriate pace for that, but the building itself provides 40,000 square feet of warehouse space, a much-needed amenity. We have assets all over the county sitting in parking lots, stored in places that are not ideal. So having a single central warehouse is really important for our growing county. And the last project highlighted here is Judicial Complex. Again, recently spoke to the Lewisburg Town Council about this. This is a project that the county has been working on feverishly, on and off, I should say, since 2019. Franklin County is statutorily obligated to provide space for judicial facilities in our county. And the county received $15 million from the legislature in the 2023 budget to assist with the construction. That's going to make a big difference in terms of the funding that's needed for that project. And of course, judicial facilities have been in the town of Lewisburg for 238 years. And so we are working with judicial representatives to move this project forward and working with the town of Lewisburg as we take appropriate steps. So projects, lots of projects going on in Franklin County. Next, I want to talk about budget goals. Franklin County's goal to be a fiscally strong and engaged government continues to provide the framework and guidance for this fiscal year 25 recommended budget. Our budget goals support maintaining the county's strong financial position and fiscal management policies and procedures. Of course, the budget reflects, along that same line, progress toward accomplishing the mission, vision, values, and goals, conservative revenue budgeting, and reasonable expenditure projections in view of the stable but sometimes uncertain economic factors in our current economy, adherence to adopted fiscal policies, general statutes, federal laws, guidelines, all the financial processes that have demonstrated success in protecting the county's assets. A review of the current ad valorem tax rate and fees for county services with new or revised fees included as part of this recommended budget tonight. Focusing resources and training on gaining efficiencies through innovation and technology, and long-term planning for the impact of population growth and the resulting increased demand for county services throughout all departments. So county budget impact. Again, the annual budget provides comprehensive and detailed information to guide the activities of county government. Decisions and priorities for the upcoming fiscal year are found through the budget guidance. Areas where energy and expertise will be focused are based on the funding that's made available through the budget. And numerous stakeholders, including employees, consultants, community partners, and support organizations, participate in the development of this budget. The recommended fiscal year 25 general fund budget totals $172,915. And the total budget recommended for all funds needed to manage county government operations totals $180,190,522. Revenues for achieving county government goals are from two major categories: ad valorem property taxes and sales tax. The tax administrator has provided a total taxable county values projection as of May 20th of $12,604,282,999 based on the new valuations. The budgeted fiscal year 25 current property tax revenues are $62,442,248. The proposed budget establishes a collection rate of 98.1% based on economic factors, and the actual fiscal year 23 collection rate of 98.69%. The fiscal year 25 current property taxes are budgeted to increase, property tax revenues are budgeted to increase by $4,494,000 over the budgeted fiscal year 24 current property tax revenues of $57,948,101. That's a lot of numbers. Collection of sales tax revenue is projected to be $18,380,483 for fiscal year 24. The fiscal year 25 budgeted sales tax revenue is $17,250,000. Again, you might ask, why is that number less than what's being collected this year, projected to be collected in this year? The conservative estimate allows for the impact of rising interest rates, increasing consumer debt, and consumer spending patterns in this post-COVID economy. Have to be conservative about the numbers we project in that area. Next, I want to talk about property tax rates. North Carolina General Statute 105-286 requires a tax revaluation for counties at a minimum of every 8 years. The Franklin County Board, by resolution on February 18, 2008, approved a 6-year cycle for Franklin County, and the 2024 tax revaluation has been conducted. Effective January 1, 2024, property values in Franklin County have been updated by the tax administration staff. The revenue-neutral tax rate is calculated using a statutorily directed formula and is the rate at which the county would collect the same amount of revenue with natural growth. The calculated rate, revenue neutral tax rate is 0.4991 per $100 evaluation. Current property taxes account for approximately 51.1% of the county's total revenues. The fiscal year 25 recommended budget recommends a reduction in the current tax rate. Currently, the tax rate is 0.785 per $100 valuation. The new recommended tax rate is 0.505 per $100 valuation. I must point out this is obviously a significant drop, and for 2 of the last 3 years, the tax rate has been reduced by the Board of Commissioners. So this, again, being a tax reval year, the number has moved down even more. And so for the fiscal year 25 recommended budget, a penny on the tax rate contributes $1,236,480. Next, I want to talk about fund balance. In order to address a number of departmental capital needs, including vehicles, a designated amount of $2,308,673 is recommended to be appropriated from unassigned fund balance. In addition, an amount of $4,103,519 from unassigned fund balance is recommended for inclusion in the recommended budget. This undesignated amount is 24.3, or $1,321,000 less than the fiscal year 24 appropriated fund balance amount of $5,424,000. The county does not project to use any of the $5,424,000 that was budgeted in the fiscal year 24 budget ordinance. The projected fiscal year 24 year-end fund balance amount is $69,598,000, and the unassigned portion is $37,911,000. Next, I'm going to talk about expenditures. County department budget presentations were received and carefully reviewed and discussed, including discussions with departments when expenditure adjustments were needed. That's been going on for several months now, right up until today. Expenditures were prioritized based on the budget goals and the county goals adopted by the Board of Commissioners. Overall, departmental requests for the general fund and enterprise funds totaled $160,853,708. Going to talk about positions recommended. Fiscal year 25 budget includes 13 positions funded in the general fund that were appropriately requested and justified by department heads. They're recommended to start at various times throughout the year based on the operational needs that were justified by each department. In addition, there's one position that's requested to be reclassified from part-time to full-time. For the additional positions requested or classified in the general fund, the total requested salary and benefits budget amount is $873,193. The recommended positions are Animal Services Cruelty Investigator, effective August 1 of 24. In the Tax Department, a Personal Property Supervisor, effective August 1 of 24. Human Resources and Risk Management, a Human Resources Technician 1, effective August 1 of 24. Facilities Management, 2 Facilities Management Technicians, 1 effective August 1 and 1 effective January 1 of 25. In the Sheriff's Office, a Digital Forensic Investigator, effective August 1 of 24, and 2 Deputy Sheriff positions, effective January 1st of 25. In the Finance Department, a Financial Operations Analyst, effective August 1 of 24. In Information Technology, a Database Administrator, effective January 1 of 25. In Social Services, an Income Maintenance Caseworker 2, effective September 1st of 24. A Social Worker 1 A&T, effective September 1st of 24. A Social Work Supervisor 2, in-home, effective September 1st of 24.
And again, the part-time position that's being reclassified to full-time is in our Veterans Department, Veteran Services, moving from a part-time administrative assistant position to a Veteran Service Technician full-time position. Growth in all kinds of areas in county government. Vehicles recommended in the general fund. Vehicles are needed as part of county operations and for service delivery. The cost of vehicles has risen by a minimum of 20% in the last 24 months, and availability remains a challenge for some types of vehicles that are needed for operations. The capital improvement plan includes an annual amount for vehicles in various categories and departments. As a result of the number of requests and the need for these assets to conduct operations in Franklin County, vehicle requests, again, as I mentioned earlier when I talked about unassigned fund balance, are addressed by using unassigned fund balance for purchasing these assets. Currently, across all general fund departments, there are 330 vehicles in service. A total of 23 vehicles are being recommended for purchase in the fiscal year 25 budget from a total of 34 vehicles that were requested. And of course, all vehicle purchases shall follow the guidelines in the county's fleet policy as adopted and updated. Sheriff's Office, 10 vehicles for the Patrol Division and Investigations Division as assigned and rotated. A very busy, on-the-road, out-and-about department. EMS Department, recommending an ambulance, trying to make sure we keep a rotation of our ambulances, so recommending again this year an ambulance and 3 SUVs in that department. Cooperative Extension, a truck to replace a high mileage truck that's used for towing trailers and equipment. Facilities Management, 2 F-150 trucks for the new positions that are recommended. In Animal Services, 1 truck for the new position that's recommended. In Planning and Inspections, 2 vehicles dedicated to industrial inspection sites, and those are 2 pickup trucks. In Social Services, 3 vehicles to replace older, high-mileage, aged vehicles. Very needed as the social services employees are out and about all times of day and night providing services to our citizens. The total cost for all 23 vehicles that are being recommended, $1,613,384. And again, recommended to be purchased from unassigned fund balance. As the fiscal year progresses, the availability of vehicles will continue to be monitored. If any additional funds are identified, then requests for vehicles may be revisited during the fiscal year. Next, I want to talk about fee schedule changes. Last year, we had a lot of fee schedule changes. We don't have quite as many this year, but all fee schedule changes are published each year with the recommended budget information. If you go to the Finance Department webpage, you can find the complete fee schedule. The ones that are recommended for this year are listed below, unless there's some other effective date, and I do not find other effective dates for this year. The effective dates are effective date for all of these is July 1st of 2024. The airport has a handful of changes to some existing fees and 3 new fees that are being added. Activities at our airport are expanding, more jets coming in, more services being asked for, and so expansion and careful preparation for those kinds of things. There's a handful of changes to the animal services fees. In particular, I'll point out there are changes to the dog adoption fee and the cat adoption fee. Those changes are in consultation with our animal rescue partners and support the spay-neuter efforts and funding that are included in the animal services budget. Efforts are concentrated on making sure that spay and neuter activities, services are provided when animals are adopted from the shelter. Cooperative Extension has one fee that's changing. The library has a credit card fee that's also being added. Register of Deeds has an existing change from amendment to a birth certificate or death certificate going from $10 to $20. And in the Sheriff's Office, gun permits were repealed by the North Carolina General Assembly through legislation, and so that fee, a current fee of $5, is now no more. Next is compensation recommendations. In support of Franklin County employees and to accomplish the goal of recruiting and retaining employees for successful provision of county services, the fiscal year 25 budget recommends the implementation of the classification and compensation study that was conducted in fiscal year 24. This is recommended for all full-time employees in the general fund and enterprise funds. The final recommendations will result in an upward adjustment in the county's pay plan. Some minimum, midpoint, and maximum pay ranges across all pay bands will be recommended ultimately. There are also several job title changes and pay grade updates based on the market analysis. The recommended implementation date is October 14th of 2024, and the total cost is estimated to be $1,419,795. And again, that's for all funds, including the enterprise funds, and includes the cost for fringe benefits. Next, I want to talk about broadband, a really important topic. Franklin County Commissioners continue to support efforts to expand broadband infrastructure within Franklin County. Of course, we're working closely with the North Carolina Broadband Infrastructure Office. We were awarded Phase 2 of the GREAT grant to Brightspeed, bringing fiber to the home for more than 1,400 locations in the county. There was also a GREAT grant project awarded to Charter Spectrum that brings over 200 locations to southern Franklin County. In April of 2024, the Board of Commissioners committed $2 million to the CAB program, Completing Access to Broadband. And that $2 million was ARPA money, American Rescue Plan money, that had a specific designation to be used for this sort of project. And so the CAB program will be an agreement between the North Carolina Broadband Infrastructure Office and whoever that winning broadband provider is. That's a competitive process. Some upcoming grant programs, Stopgap and BEAD, along with the growth that happens naturally as providers expand their networks in our county, should result in universal broadband coverage in Franklin County, hopefully in the not too distant future. We're beginning to fill in the gaps and the holes and the spots where broadband has not previously been available. I want to talk for a minute about animal services. Of course, all county departments are struggling with the influx of residents, but there are a few that are impacted more directly than this newest department to join the office of the county manager. Beginning July 1st, 2022, animal services was transferred from the sheriff's office to the office of the county manager by resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. The post-COVID surge of large volumes of pets being relinquished to animal shelters has affected shelter operations in Franklin County. Since transferring this department to the county manager's office, resources have been focused on addressing needs in the department. The Board of Commissioners has appointed members to the newly reestablished Animal Services Advisory Board. In response to public input, the Board of Commissioners has directed support in the form of additional staffing, expanded adoption hours, compensation adjustments, and additional resources for the department. Planned changes in fiscal year 25 include the establishment of a volunteer program. Efforts are already underway so that as we start fiscal year 25, things will be in place for that program. As I've mentioned already, a focus on resources for spay and neuter programs, changes in adoption fees, additional employee training, more community outreach to promote shelter resources. Again, staff continues to respond to public feedback, working to provide the best service for the public and the animals in the shelter's care. Next, I'm going to talk about educational opportunities. Vance Granville Community College has requested funding
of $484,660 for operational expenses and $20,000 for capital for the next fiscal year. The fiscal year 25 recommendation is to fund the requested operational expense amount through a combination of $369,168 in funding plus $115,492 from the existing Vance Granville Franklin County fund balance, and fund the $20,000 in capital to provide the total amount requested. In last year's budget message, I talked about a new building. Vance Granville staff is continuing to review the next phase of growth on the campus as the campus seeks financial support for constructing a new workforce and advanced technical training center building. And Franklin County has committed $3.5 million toward the project as a result of working with the Franklin County Schools back in 2020 to find space for the expanding early college program. Franklin County Schools Early College Program relocated in fiscal year 21 from the mobile classroom building provided by Franklin County into Building 5 on the Franklin campus. And of course, this support and funding has allowed the early college space to grow and expand their program. Public schools. The North Carolina Legislature, through North Carolina General Statutes, prescribes the laws that govern how county governments and local school administrative units budget for public school needs, including traditional public schools and charter schools. We've heard a whole lot about this topic tonight. The Franklin County Board of Education approved a requested fiscal year 25 budget request for $30,541,812 for local expense and $2,610,612 for capital expenditures. The local expense budget approved by the Board of Education includes the required funding for charter schools in an amount of $8,542,509. The local expense request was a 20.5% increase in the local expense category over the approved fiscal year 24 amount of $25,328,192. The recommended fiscal year 25 budget includes funding the Franklin County Schools operating expenses at $26,648,455, representing an increase of 5.2% above the fiscal year 24 local expense amount. Funding for capital outlay is recommended at an amount of $2,610,612 as requested, funded through a combination of county funds, $2,110,612, and the North Carolina Education Lottery Repair and Renovation Fund, $500,000. The total amount recommended for Franklin County Schools funding is $29,259,067. Franklin County Schools presented a Funding Our Future Facilities Needs Report 2023-2033 on September 19, 23, as requested by the Board of Commissioners. The report provided details on school capital needs and projected enrollment. On October 1st of 2024, the Board of Commissioners adopted a resolution establishing a joint capital committee with the Board of Education to address the report. The process will include visits by the Board of Commissioners to Franklin County school facilities this calendar year. The county is committed to ensuring that facilities are appropriately sized and in safe condition for an appropriate learning environment. In the fiscal year 25 budget, annual school debt payments of $5,737,018 are budgeted. I want to make sure everyone understands that is in addition to the local operating expenses and the capital. Another $5 million goes toward the annual debt service. Just over $5 million goes to the annual debt service, and the total outstanding school debt is $30,352,111 as of March of 24. Of course, like any loan, as you make payments each year, the debt payments decline, the principal is paid off, but there are 14 years left to pay off this debt. And of course, school debt comprises 60% of the total Franklin County debt as of March of 2024. The North Carolina legislature continues to address education legislation and is expected to make changes in education funding processes in the current legislative session. Franklin County is following these topics closely to understand the potential impact on future budgets and requests for education funding. Next, I want to talk about opioid funding, the SMART team. Franklin County has moved forward with the use of the National Opioid Settlement Funds that the county will be receiving annually for the next 15 years. Payments of $1,084,889 have been received, and $163,540 has been spent as of May 15, 2024. On March 18, 2024, the Board of Commissioners approved a revised resolution establishing a Substance Use Mental Health Advocacy Response Team, or SMART team, under the direction of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. For fiscal year 25, the SMART team is recommended to receive funding of $525,283. The team will include a director of programs, licensed clinical social worker, data analyst, and community support investigator liaison, and will include the purchase of 2 vehicles to support the team's objectives. And just for technicality, the National Opioid Settlement Funds are deposited in a special revenue fund and therefore will be part of the annual budget ordinance. And if there are any budget amendments needed, then they'll be presented for approval as the SMART team indicates they're needed. Next, I want to talk about continued focus on Franklin County's health initiatives. We've continued to make progress on our health initiatives. Medicaid expansion implementation that began December 1st of 2023 has added 2,418 new subscribers in Franklin County. The Department of Social Services provides services to over 22,000 residents on an annual basis. In the health department, increased access to medical providers in the areas of maternal, child health, adult health, and child health specialties have been added, including appointments being offered outside of normal business hours. Recently awarded grants are focused on maternal and child health, family planning, and health promotion. Events and citizen education fairs are being offered throughout the county on a regular basis. There is a focus on promoting healthy living through the creation and funding for parks and trails, including support, as I've already mentioned, Epson Park, Franklinton to Novo, Rails to Trails, and other county park improvements. Next, I'm going to talk about fire departments. 6 of the county's fire departments requested a change, actually a reduction in their fire tax rate for fiscal year 25. And they are noted with the green highlights in the chart below. And in the far right is the revenue neutral tax rates by fire department. That's required that each of the revenue neutral tax rates be presented. Mutual aid payments for fire departments are recommended to increase from an annual payment amount of $3,500 to $5,500. And the requested fire tax rate changes are recommended for implementation. We have 2 enterprise funds. I want to talk about those next. Public Utilities Enterprise Fund. Franklin County Public Utilities continues to expand due to residential and commercial growth in Franklin County. Currently, there are 9,839 customers that are being served. That reflects a 4.11% increase from the fiscal year 23 year-end number of 9,442 customers served. The recommended fiscal year 25 public utilities budget totals $23,618,000. It addresses infrastructure expansion and recommended rate changes to address growth with the following. Water and sewer rates are recommended to increase as follows. I won't read every single number on this chart. This will be published obviously in the budget information that will be available online. But as an example, water rates are currently $42.15 as the base rate that includes 2,000 gallons. And the proposed new rate effective September of 2024 is $47. Sewer, the base rate, including the 2,000 gallons, is $49.17, and the new proposed rate is $54.82. And again, these changes are recommended to be effective September of 2024. Information to customers and billing notices will be distributed about this rate change. Infrastructure investments and the implementation of the 2019 water supply study recommendations support these rate changes. On November 16th of 2020, the final report in the water supply study was delivered to the board and included rate recommendations to support the investments needed for a long-term water solution for Franklin County. As recently presented to the Board of Commissioners, short-term water supply has increased by 23% since 2020, and in 2022, the annual allocation amount increased from 50,000 GPD gallons per day to 75,000 gallons per day. There's a list of additional services and fee changes. I'll just comment about those. Again, these are arranged by the size of the meter, 3/4 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch, 4 inch, 6 inch. The implementation of the automated water meter reading process has also brought on the possibility that the meters could be damaged, and so that's what this fee schedule is about. If there's damage to a water meter, it's $40 plus the cost of the meter, and so that is identified here. And of course, there's a meter transmitter damage fee and damage to the sewer service. And then meter set fees, there are 3 items at the bottom. For meter set fees, cost of those items have increased, and so that service has increased as well with some new proposed fee changes. No new positions are recommended in the Public Utilities Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 25. Instead, we'll be reviewing current positions, focusing on recruitment. There are a handful of specialized positions in that department that it's been very difficult to recruit for. And so we're going to look at the alignment that other public utilities departments have, what kind of growth challenges they're faced with, and figure out what to do. We are not requesting any new positions for that department. We are requesting some vehicles and equipment. They're recommended for funding in fiscal year 25. They're needed to perform the daily work functions and support the capital projects. The total amount is $489,000. There's a CCTV truck for the sewer division. There are replacements for a vehicle labeled Water Sewer 2 replacement. That's a 2003 F-150, replacing that vehicle with an SUV. Need a utility vehicle for the water treatment plant. There are some places around the basins that are hard to get to with a truck, and so a utility vehicle is more suitable for that. Vehicle WS9, replacing a 2015 F-150, and water sewer vehicle number 16, replacing a 2017 Nissan truck are recommended. Public utilities capital projects. Again, as I recently commented at an economic development meeting, and as the board heard as an update from the Public Utilities Department, there are a number of capital projects going on in public utilities. As we are preparing for growth and dealing with making sure that the facilities and the infrastructure are in adequate and appropriate condition. The first 3 items listed on here are, again, large dollar items: new elevated water tank funded with ARPA funding, public utilities wastewater treatment, plant maintenance shop funded with ARPA funding, and Novo blending station rehabilitation funded with ARPA funding. Again, the total of the first 3 is the $8.75 million in ARPA funds that was awarded to Franklin County by the legislature back in fiscal year 22. The rest of the items, I won't read all of them individually, but they are an accumulation of a number of projects that need to be worked on in the department throughout the service territory. Again, recommending $14,115,000 projects in capital for public utilities. I want to talk about the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, the second enterprise fund that the county has. It's appropriately designated as an enterprise fund. The total recommended budget is $5,759,118. Maintains the solid waste convenience fee at its current rate of $110. There's one new position being recommended in this department. It's recommended based on the external audit recommendation to address departmental billing issues. Recommended to begin July 1st of '24 with an annual cost of $56,708. There are some convenience site improvements totaling $50,000 and refurbishment costs for the administrative assistant's office of $10,000 are being recommended. And then there's some needed equipment. Again, constant need to make sure we stay ahead of that and swap out various pieces of equipment in this department. 3 compactors and 10 open-top containers for a total of $150,000. And of course, the budget contains items for the continued testing and maintenance of the county's closed landfill. Capital improvement plans. Capital improvement plans for the general fund, public utilities, and solid waste are included with the recommended budget, and the board is requested to adopt the capital improvement plans as planning documents for the county. They've been developed with input from the county's financial advisors and include the recommended funding sources for each project. Projects on the CIP that are recommended for funding in fiscal year 25 at this time are included in the fiscal year 25 recommended operating budget. Of course, the CIPs, capital improvement plans, reflect compliance with the county's debt funding policy to address the identified capital needs of our growing county. Again, it's a planning document for fiscal year 26, 27, 28, and 29. The projects are modeled for discussion and development as we move forward. There are 2 policy updates I want to talk about. The annual budget ordinance defines the policies and documents that the county manager is allowed to execute. And the 2 policy updates requested this year. One is the board is requested to increase the multi-year total contract amount that is currently set at $30,000. It's been a few years since this has been visited, to a new revised level of $100,000 that more appropriately reflects the value of multi-year contracts encountered and allows the approval of appropriate contractual matters. The second policy revision reads as follows: donations for county. The manager may receive and solicit donations of real and personal property, as well as monetary donations in support of programs and activities performed by county departments, which includes but is not limited to Parks and Recreation, Library, Animal Services, Aging Services, Veteran Services, Sheriff's Office, Department of Social Services, and Health Department. The manager may delegate this authority to departments and staff as necessary. The Board of Commissioners must review and approve all donations in which the donor specifies a specific purpose for the donated property and may choose to decline such donation. Adding this language provides compliance with North Carolina general statutes and gives direction for donations that are made to the county. I have several items I'd like to highlight. Again, I've commented about this. Investment interest in Franklin County remains strong. Approximately 29 new businesses have chosen to locate in Franklin County over the previous 9 months. That means not just within the county, but that incorporates the businesses that are have located within our towns, because towns are in the county too. So 29 new businesses in the last 9 months. Interest, is, as I've mentioned, is growing in our business parks as we add product. Product in a business park is new square footage, and so that makes it easier for businesses to readily locate. A focus on working with our industries and our education partners will address the workforce needs that our growing county will demand as new businesses continue to choose Franklin County for their home. Helping citizens to understand more about government is essential. A commitment to creating a Citizens Academy program will bring the opportunity to engage citizens and share information about the complex processes and statutes that guide and impact county government. Also, opportunities to celebrate our national and local history are being explored.
America will celebrate its 250th anniversary on July 4th of 2026. There are plans and ideas already being developed or have been developed at the national and state level. Local citizen interest in participating in this has already been expressed, and the county will be exploring ideas and next steps. All right, next steps for the budget process. Public hearing for the budget will be noticed for Monday, June 3rd during the regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting. The public portal for budget comments is currently available on the Finance Department tab of the Franklin County website. Any comments received through the portal will be shared by the clerk to the board with the board prior to the June 3rd public hearing. The recommended budget and manager's budget message and presentation are going to be available on the Franklin County website as soon as we can get them loaded, hopefully by first thing in the morning. That will be located under the Finance Department tab, as well as you can contact the clerk to the board and request copies or information. And of course, the recommended budget may be considered for adoption at the conclusion of the public hearing on June 3rd, at any special call board meeting for that purpose, or at the June 17th scheduled board meeting. In conclusion, I want to say the focus on preparation for the population growth that Franklin County is experiencing will need to continue. To maintain our bright future and be prepared for economic opportunities, service expansion, and capital projects will continue to be topics for careful consideration. Franklin County's employees are our greatest asset, and I appreciate the teamwork and commitment that employees exhibit every day. I continue to be honored to serve as your county manager. I appreciate the board's direction and devotion to our county's success. I again welcome any further discussion, any review of this information and this recommended budget, any questions, any requests for additional information. I want to achieve the mutual goal of adopting a successful fiscal year 25 budget. So thank you to the Board of Commissioners, and I will stop talking.
Thank you, Ms. Dutton.
Anything else?
Does any other board members have anything else? Any questions, comments?
Okay.
I would like to make a few comments concerning the budget. I'll start with a quote by Maximilian Robespierre. The secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret of tyranny is in keeping them ignorant. These words sum up thoughts that often traverse my mind. Is the effort to abolish public education calculated and sinister? Are the masses doomed to be controlled by the elite? I can't help but think of the recent revelation of a certain bird dog in South Dakota, a dog that suffered the ultimate fate because its owner failed to educate it for the desired behavior. Are we going to fail our children and expect them to be productive contributors of future generations? People, I find it difficult to believe that we find ourselves in this same battle every year. We are fighting for our most important investment. Unfortunately, this burden has been placed on the counties by our legislature. Since 2011, there's been a regression in the support for our public schools. I encourage each and every one of you to contact our legislators and demand the release of the Leandro funds. In the meantime, I stand in full support of our schools. I will not accept anything less than fully funding the school board's request, along with a revenue-neutral minus 1 cent tax rate. There's no reason we can't accomplish this. With the growth we are experiencing, our fund balance will be restored in a timely manner. I wrap this up with lyrics by the late, great Sam Cooke, lyrics that have relevance still today. I know a change is going to come. The meaning of that change being a time and place where the oppressed and the disadvantaged are no longer shackled by the bonds of a hostile society. I have to ask my fellow commissioners, are we going to pave the road to better opportunity, or are we going to install a barricade? On another note, I would like to ask Dr. Schuler to please try and reconsider your decision concerning the librarian and EC positions as well as homebound. Thank you.
Any other commissioner?
Okay,
Hearing none?
thank you.
All right. Moving along to item C, Public Utilities Maintenance Building Architect Services. Mr. Christopher Daltrey, I'm sorry?
Oh, yes. Call for the public hearing.
Okay,
All right, so officially make a request to call for the public hearing.
all right. Do I hear a motion?
So moved, and if I could add to that, and I think it would be wise to do this, I have been notified that the college auditorium has been reserved for us if we so choose to use that for that public hearing.
Okay.
I think that would be very wise.
All right, right, okay, all right. All right, there's been a motion made and a second. All in favor? All likewise. Motion carries for the public hearing on June 3rd, 2024.
Kristen's trying to get your attention.
Okay, going back to the, Mr. Doherty there. Christopher Doherty, Public Utilities Director, will present information from the request for qualification process for architectural services to design a new public utilities maintenance building in the recommended firm.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak regarding the new Public Utilities Maintenance Building. The objective for this is want to update the board on the request for qualification process and for the design of the new Public Utilities Maintenance Building and present a vendor recommendation. The picture you see in the slideshow is like a typical maintenance building you will see for a municipal utility department with tall drive-through bays and some office space on one end or the other. This next slide shows kind of a typical design, although this is on the small scale. Ours would match our needs, our fits, where you have the bays on one side and the employee portion of the building on the other side with meeting room, lunch space, offices. So our request for qualifications, we prepared the document for the design of the new building, and we sent this out and published it on September 13th of 2023. Initially, we received only 2 responses for this RFQ. We then re-advertised it on October 20th with a November 7th deadline, or due date, I'm sorry, and we received 6 submittals. The 6 submittals were from Mark Loudermilk Architects, Oakley Collier Architects, IHR Architecture, Inc., DTW Architects and Planners, Solex Architecture, and Mosley Architects. So the recommendation for tonight is ask the board to authorize the county manager to negotiate with Public Utilities Attorney Assistance and sign an architectural services contract with Mark Loudermilk Architecture of Wilmington, North Carolina for the design phase for the new Public Utilities Maintenance Building.
All right.
Thank you.
You've heard the request. Is there a motion? Motion made? Second?
Second.
Okay. Been a motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All likewise? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Doherty. Okay, number 4 is appointments. Does any board members have any appointments they'd like to make? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to item 5, other business. Any commissioners got any other business? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to item 6, board, manager, and clerk's comments. I'll start out with Ms. Kristen King. Mhm. Okay, I would think we'd probably want to go ahead and do that now than wait on getting that set for that location at the college. Okay.
Jim Moss contacted me and let me know that he has reserved this. I guess he's paid the fee, and it is available to us.
But I can see your point. We want to make sure, so
Yeah,
when we
I
go
mean,
start
I've got it-
advertising it.
I've got it right
Okay,
here
okay.
in print.
All right,
so,
'cause we don't
yeah.
want it to get out.
He texted me that college auditorium, the JPAC.
I would like to say that we need to make sure that appropriate technology is there for the,
Right,
for what we're
speaker
doing.
system.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
that's a
right.
good
So
thought.
we need to, we need to verify that in the morning.
Right, but I could see the
Okay.
need of help for the crowd, a bigger crowd
Yeah,
to attend.
I certainly agree with Kim
Mhm.
on that.
If you would give us the latitude to check that out, then we can communicate with you appropriately.
Okay. So,
We'll let you do that.
Thank you. Want it to be successful.
yeah, right,
Everybody wants to hear it, so, yeah.
right. Ms. King, is that all you have? Okay, how about our county attorney? No comment. Okay, all right. Commissioner Pierce?
No comment.
Commissioner Speed?
Yeah, I would just like to say, I had the opportunity to music for the senior day in the park last week. A great experience every year doing that. And Mr. Foy, I saw you over there moving. I didn't dancing around. I didn't know you had such moves.
Well, that's the speed of sound, you know what I mean? It makes a difference. I wasn't the only one doing that. It was a good activity, I want to tell you what.
Most definitely. And you did a great job too.
Well, thank you. You likewise. Does that conclude your?
That's all I've got.
Okay. Commissioner Bunn?
The only thing I'd like to say is I would like to hear from our consultant that we hired concerning the school. If, I would like the consultant to tell us why we should not fund it.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to hear from
Okay, the consultant, right, okay. Right. Well, I'm sure county manager can arrange for that. I don't see why not. That's all you have. Commissioner London?
Yes, I attended the senior day in the park. I wasn't able to attend the whole time because I was
Working for a living, yeah.
good to just come out on my lunch break, and I see a lot of familiar faces. In regards to this budget, this is my last budget as county commissioner. And all I have to say is that I'm hoping that we can come to a consensus with the Board of Education on funding our public schools. I said this last year and I'll say it again, that I don't want to go to war with the Board of Education over funding our public schools. And just to, I heard a woman comment here evening and comment about teachers. And it kind of turned my stomach. And I know that the public has a right to come and comment. But my mother was a public school educator for 43 years. And she loved teaching her students. And I do believe that teachers deserve better pay. Our teachers do matter. Our students matter. Our staff matter as well. Our schools, most importantly, matter. And so I'm hoping again that we can find a way around this issue that we all want.
Commissioner Bragg?
I did attend the Day in the Park for the older adults also. And it was, I couldn't believe all the people. And I always remind y'all that I started that day years and years ago. Did you say it was 35 years?
Yeah, that's what it was, about
Was that
34 or
35
35 years,
34,
yeah.
35, so that
Yeah.
long ago I started that day.
Mhm. All right. County Manager Kim Denton.
Chairman Foy, I've said a lot, so I won't say very much more, except to say thank you to the staff who have worked hard and contributed to getting this budget to the point that we're at in the process. It is an evolving process, and so we will continue to take into account all the requests and information that's needed as we move forward, just as I said, to getting to adopting a successful fiscal year 25 budget. And I appreciate all the board's support as we work through this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I guess that leaves left to me, but the only thing I'd like to comment on is our deal that we did, the Spring Day in the Park over at Joyner Park this last Thursday. And it was very well attended, and hats off to Commissioner Speed. He did a wonderful job getting everybody moving and jumping and, and singing. There was even some people over there singing. Really good. I'd like to compliment and thank the staff over there, Cindy Jones and the Senior Center, for all they did, and all the other vendors that were over there, the Sheriff's Department, tents, everybody. Takes everybody to make it happen good. But anyway, it was well attended. I enjoyed it. I'll be doing it again next year, and the year after that. But I did notice one thing. I had to come back later that night, about 6 o'clock, to Joyner Park to get some of my equipment out of there. And I've never seen a more packed and utilized facility as that Joyner Park. Every field out there was packed with people. People were parked down the streets, even with all the no parking signs. They were still all parked down there. And I was just really impressed by the way that facility was being utilized, that park. Makes me really think seriously, the way the parks will really get utilized like that, it's worthwhile to build them. I hate to see the stuff like that get built and you don't hardly see anybody using it. I think that's a waste, but I got to hand it. I couldn't believe it when I went there. It was like 6 o'clock in the evening, and that place was packed. Every field was being played on. I said, man, that's just great. I was happy to see that. But anyway, that concludes my comment. Is anybody else here got anything else? Well, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Been a motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All likewise. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks everybody here for coming out.